This is Final Fantasy V. It allows you... Actually, let me just get into the game. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and welcome back for Final Fantasy V, the Solo Mage Challenge. If I actually don't forget to set up my controller so I could use it on my thing here, that would be great too. Alrighty, let's try this again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and welcome back for the Final Fantasy V Mage Solo Challenge. If you don't know Final Fantasy V, let me give you a brief summary. We have here our file, which is about 40 hours in-game time, and that is actually a fair bit more just real time. We have Ferris, a level 64 white mage, and Gilgamesh, level 37, also white mage, at least originally anyways. I just turned him back to normal because I'm... well... Why did I turn him back to normal? Oh, because he didn't die yet. But that's okay, it doesn't really matter too much. Because I get to sleep in the next section anyways. So, alrighty. Final Fantasy V has a job system where you can freely choose between any of the jobs that you currently have unlocked. There is one hidden job that I have not yet unlocked, but that doesn't matter, because this challenge is all about the White Mage. The White Mage Solo Challenge, which means it's a solo character with only the White Mage job, which is one of the more insane categories because, well, our poor little White Mage basically has no real offense, and in a lot of cases the only answer to beating bosses is just running them out of magic and then eventually whittling them down with puny little mace of flails attacks. And well, where we last left off is probably going to be either the longest boss or the most random boss to beat. I'm going to explain what is happening on that boss as soon as I arrive on him. We're basically just kind of in front of it. Gilgamesh is level 37. I leveled him up as a second solo white mage because we will need him later, and we already needed him earlier as a second solo character since Ferris is not always in the party, and for that we substitute Gilgamesh in. Alrighty, let's get this going. And greetings to you, Mad Insane. How are you doing? And greetings to you, Kaitos. Hope you're doing well. You remember the solo white mage being excruciatingly brutal? Well, it's a challenge, so it is kind of rough to say the least. So, where we currently are, this is the second world, you could say, and actually one of the usually less dangerous or difficult encounters, except for our poor little solo white mage here. In the upcoming battle, we will be facing off first against some random enemies before we can move on. Those enemies are just... I don't even know what they're called, goblins. They are just a predecessor for the actual boss that is waiting up on the deck. And that boss is going to be Gilgamesh, and with him, a secondary enemy that is called Enkidu. So, as mentioned before, the solo white mage doesn't have a particularly good offense whatsoever. Also, I hope you enjoyed the music. And so our only option is to just slowly whittle down enemies with our puny little attacks and hope we don't die in the meantime. However, this fight has quite a few issues associated to them. Let me explain real quick what kind of equipment I have on my white mage, and also remember it myself. Here we have the flail. We have the flail since basically the first real dungeon. There is no better weapon currently. There will be a better weapon after the boss after this. But for now, the flail is just a really weak weapon. That's the only thing that we have available. It misses 30% of the time, it has really low attack, the white mage has really low strength, and the only benefit is you can attack from the back row for full damage, and, well, I guess it is armor piercing, which doesn't really make much of a difference. Then we have a coronet, which adds a bit of magic power and also defense, Gaia gear, same thing, and the power ring, which increases our attack power actually. We have the option to choose other things, but the power ring is probably just the best option to deal any sort of damage. Well then, for now, this is our setup. this is how we are trying to beat the next boss. But as I said before, we have those little guys here. So, I need to kill off my other allies, because we just rested, and well, it's a solo mage challenge, so I kind of don't want them to be alive, obviously. Braska, or well, Bart, as he is normally called, and he just heal himself if Jitterbug do it. That's kind of fascinating. And Lena, they both are still at the lowest possible level, can one-shot themselves really easily. However, Calvin just confused himself. I don't think the dancing dagger is necessarily the best choice for a weapon. Thank you. Alrighty. Those guys are called Gabbledigak, they're basically goblins. So our only option is to just kind of whittle them away with our repugnable flare. It's this won't take ages at all challenge again, yes. You need a lot of patience and a lot of diligence to work through this challenge, since a lot of it is grinding. We actually already have the biggest grind behind us. Or the two biggest grinds. One was to get our character up to a high enough level in order to be able to defeat a later boss. That took quite a long time. I don't know how much exactly, but about 10 hours of grinding, 8, something like that. And that was in the most efficient leveling spot for our poor little white mage that you can get until very late in the game. So yeah, that took a while. On the other hand, we also grinded out some elixirs. We need to have 99 elixirs in order for us to be able to defeat the boss after this one, which is all I prepared for. And I completely forgot that there are, well, more enemies than just the boss after this boss here. And this boss, turns out that I kind of overlooked him. And the strategy by someone else who already did this solo white mage challenge was to run him out of magic and then run his friend out of magic. We'll see, you'll know what I mean with that soon. And that takes 6.5 hours apparently. So yeah. This might take a long while, but I actually tried to do a different strategy first. So the idea is that I will want to kill the second guy that is appearing as quick as possible and just hope that I evade any attack or skill that would just kind of be devastating to me, and also kill him quick enough that he cannot heal himself up sufficiently. So that's the idea. Did I not usually have a runtime this layout? I did, you're right. Thank you, I forgot about this. I forgot about that. Thank you very much. And let's get the timer rolling again. So apparently this is how much time we spent, plus about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes. Also, as you can see, we currently have 97 elixirs. I had to use 2 so far to get to this point. And we also have a little bit of money left over. Hey Toali, how are you doing? Good evening. Too depressing. So, greetings Metal Battle King, hope you're doing well. Why Ferris? The short version is because I like Ferris the most. But I guess you could actually reason as to Ferris being reasonably good at this. So Ferris is the most balanced character of them all. She has pretty average, that's slightly above average for the most part. She is faster than everybody except for Lena. She has the same strength as Galuf. She has... and just only lower than Bart. She has the same, I think, average vitality. A bit less than Galuf, I think. Essentially, also just a little bit less intelligence than Kara in the end. In short, she overall just has almost the best stats, but I don't think she ever has the best stats. But the main reason for me to choose Ferris is because She is present in almost all the battles, which only Guts is available in more than those battles. And so Ferris is one of those two characters that I would consider for a solo character challenge, just because she is well available for more fights. And I prefer Ferris because I like purple hair, I also like her character, so yeah, I went with her. On top of that, I do think agility is better than one more point in strength, which meant that earlier I had to level up a few more levels, or just one or two, in order to reach the same attack multipliers to deal the same damage that T-Hawk did. By the way, T-Hawk, I might be referring to him once in a while, is someone who made an entire diary or blog post about doing the solo White Mage challenge. It's actually a really good read. I can recommend you look that up if you haven't seen it yet. And well, I kind of read through this, so I'm not going into this entirely blind or unprepared. It is because, or thanks to him, that I knew that I needed 99 elixirs, and also a pretty high level that I grinded out before even getting to the potion where I need them. He actually ended up reverting to the bear shop for a brief while in order for him to level up sufficiently. And also grind out 99 elixirs without it taking up, well, literal weeks of in-game time. And I kind of circumvent that by, well, grinding up those beforehand. Fair is enough, fair enough. Alrighty, here we have Gilgamesh. This is the fight that I was alluding to. He takes like 6.5 hours to beat if you try to run them out of magic. So, Gilgamesh here, he has one ability that is kind of dangerous, that is called Deathclaw. Deathclaw sets your HP status to critical, which means less than 10 HP, and also stuns you. So if you take the damage, you cannot get healed. Too bad. On top of that, also let me actually real quick put some armor up. And also shell. So on top of that, there is an additional catch to this. Gilgamesh, after he falls below a certain threshold of HP, he calls his friend Enkidu, which is just a green flying goblin type thing. Either way, Enkidu, he knows quite a few moves that are really brutal. One, he can slow you, and slow in this game is just ridiculously devastating. I would get literally half as many turns as I get now, and I'm already not that fast compared to the bosses. Two, he has an ability, more importantly, that is called White Wind. White Wind heals everybody in their party, which means including Gilgamesh, for the max HP, or the current HP Enkidu has. Wow, missile, that's rude. Reduces HP by 75%, but that's okay for now. So, Enkidu has... well... how to put it? White Wind just heals everybody in their party for how much HP he has. He has 4000 HP exactly, which means I need to attack him about 20 times in order for him to heal less than back up to full, since only once he falls under 2000 HP he would not heal back up to full. So that means I have to avoid, just by pure chance, all the devastating abilities Gilgamesh and Enkidu can throw at me. I have pretty high magic defense, I'm at a really high level, so that gives me a reasonably good chance to avoid the opposing enemy attacks from actually hitting me. So what that means is essentially... it is going to be pretty difficult to try and defeat Enkidu straight up, but that's actually what I'm trying to do. Because Enkidu has also more abilities. One is an ability that reduces my level by half, which means my level being reduced, their status changing abilities have a much higher chance to hit. I mean, I also can avoid the level reducing ability by just pure chance. All is based on my magic defense and also level compared to their level and chance to inflict the status in the first place. Either way, if any of those status hit, I am actually in really bad shape. So I just hope they don't hit. But also, I need to kill Enkidu before he managed to heal up with 5 minutes. By the way, this was Deathclaw. Deathclaw is, well, his brutal ability. If it hits, I'm likely dead because I don't have image currently up. Chicken Enkidu. I have no idea about that one, that sounds interesting. Chicken Enkidu. Agrees to you, Andralphos, and also Agers. Good evening, guys, I hope you're doing well. There is Enkidu. So, as I said, my plan initially is just kind of try to kill him before they kill me. The more safe strategy is to first run Gilgamesh out of magic, so he can no longer cast Deathclaw, which means the instant death capability is gone from their options. And then we run Enkidu out of magic, because Enkidu, also on top of all that, he has another ability called Vampire. Vampire, if it hits, reduces my... or deals as much damage. No, let's try this again. He deals as much damage compared to how much HP he lost, half as much HP he lost. Which means trying to deal with Enkidu is just a gamble, a gigantic gamble. There, he healed up. Oh, actually, it seems to be the full damage for however many, well, however much HP he dealt. So I need to avoid both Vampire and White Wind from appearing. What are the chances of that happening? I don't know. Also Missile can hit too, I guess. Vampire does damage equal to 50% of HP is missing. I thought so too, but it seemed to be just 100% just now. And Threat, that is the slow status, which pretty much means I am dead, since there is virtually no reason for me to continue. Then slow, just kind of, you can see my ATB. If that hits, I'm going to be so slow, there's almost no chance that I will get past his Deathclaw ability. I can avoid Vampire just by having enough magic defense, so that's a plus, but that's about it. There's a Gilgamesh fight on the bridge in Final Fantasy XIV, the MMO, that replicates this fight. In it, there's a chicken version of Enkidu. That is so fancy. Nice. Alrighty. That's not it. So, I decided to give this one more shot with my just try and grind him down strategy. I think it can work if you just give it enough tries. However, the more reasonable approach is here, just run them both out of magic. So, the unfortunate portion about that is Gilgamesh only has one ability, if I'm not mistaken, that actually costs him magic. And that is Deathclaw. Deathclaw costs him 4 MP, he has 1000 MP. So that means we need to count 250 Deathclaws until he is out of magic. And that kind of removes the chance or the possibility of us dying at all. Like, we pretty much cannot die anymore after Deathclaw is gone, since neither Gilgamesh nor Enkidu will deal sufficient damage to actually kill us, just straight up, unless we would be damaging Enkidu. which we are not going to be doing. So yeah, there's that. Hey Die Games, thank you, I appreciate that. How are you doing? And how are you advancing with, I think, the insane mode and things? I haven't had time to check out your status recently, but I'm curious. The pickaxe blooper, yeah. Attack from the back. Wow. That is actually really awkward because the entire fight is now kind of backwards. Thank you for the Goblin Punch. Galov has the most HP out of all characters. Because, well, he's higher level. He's level 37 because he's the second solo white mage. I just transformed him back into a bear chop so I can kill him off quicker or more easily. He just removed 56 MP from his own pool, then put it back there. There we go, fine. That pickaxe blooper. I mean, it was so perfect too, in a really ridiculous kind of way. I literally was about to tell, oh yeah, if you by accident just sell the pickaxe or you just don't know that you need to break down a wall down here, you're in for a really bad... Oh, shoot. And I also didn't know you could softlock down there. I'm really glad I saved before for it. That was one of the bigger bloopers, alongside me just kind of dying to the boar initially, which can happen, I knew that, but it hasn't happened in such a long time that I didn't even think about saving beforehand. Is it okay to give some numbers and stuff on the MP? Sure, go ahead, Kaitos. This is a challenge where every input is welcome. If you have a better strategy or a better idea, feel free to post that. All input is welcome. No insight for now, leaderboard soon. Oh, that's sweet. You need to log in with your normal name, so it's not like a permission that I just was saying hi. I mean, I'm okay with that. Die on Steam is really awesome, guys. If you like a good platformer, Die, as in literally D-Y-E, I can recommend that. If you like Super Meat Boy, that game is, in my opinion, slightly better. Mechanics-wise, gameplay-wise. If you like the style of Super Meat Boy, well, you will need to see it, just check it out. So we're doing this the long way this time. Well, yeah, unless you have a better idea, feel free to post that. Individual level, full board and full game leaderboards next, hoping to see it catch on with speedrunning. Nice, that's awesome. There is a guy called... what's his name? I'll need to look up his name, but there's one guy who is really ridiculously good at games. He's pretty self-confident about it, but nonetheless, he's really good at with it. And I think he would like to experience that too, those leaderboards. What was his name? He's somewhere at the top on the Volgarda Viking leaderboards. And probably also at the top of the leaderboards for Salmon Ninja, I believe. And likely a lot of others. And greetings, White Knight, welcome. Welcome to you as well. This music is going to play for the entire workday, pretty much. And greetings, Atma. Thank you. Welcome to you. He handled the hiccups well. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was just some major blunders. Gilgamesh has only 888 MP. Deathclaw costs 21, so he only gets 10 to 42 costs. Hey, that's way quicker than I expected. It's just the chance to cast Deathclaw is kind of low. Thank you. Well, that's a lot better news than I expected this to be. I would have used, what's it called? Libra scan to see whether or how long it would take, but that's okay too. And greetings, Graf von Strudelwald. I'm from Switzerland, actually. And Senkai QF. I assume that might have been Senkai HF sometime. It's now hosting you for a bunch of years. Thank you. Hey Senkai, good evening, and good evening everybody. I hope you're having a lovely day so far, and I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much. By the way, did I miss the announcement of the thingy, or did it just not appear? Let's see. Oh, I probably just missed it. Thank you so much, Senkai. What were you doing over there, if I may ask? 42 is apparently the ultimate answer to life, the universe, everything, and Deathclaw. Yep. It was Senkai HS. What stands the QF for, if I may ask? The cute friend? Wait, no. I'm just going to leave it at this. Alrighty, that means this will take a while. The quick ferret. Could be. I like ferrets. So we are going to change up our equipment here. I'm going to equip the most magic defense heavy gear that I have. I could sell those other things, they are not as good. And well, off we go, I guess. So, the most magic defense heavy equipment that I have is this, and this will allow me to fight Gilgamesh. So we start approximately at 53 hours and 2 minutes. Let's see how long that's going to take. Because now we will just sit here. We'll just counter Deathclaw attacks and wait until we need to do anything. Also, in theory, I should actually put up image, just in case this Deathclaw ends up hitting. But let's see, how long does the action on screen get stopped if I actually use image? So, until Gilgamesh acts again, this is 1, 2, 3 seconds after he completes his attack. So he would be way faster like this. So the issue is, Deathclaw, if it hits, it would actually inflict a status effect that is just completely devastating. Like, I would be straight up dead. However, my only way to avoid that... Oh, does Missile cost any MP, by the way? I think it does. However, let's get back to this. His chance of inflicting Deathclaw is really low, and my only option would be normally to just use image again and again and again. You can see how often he just straight up physical attacks. After every 2 physical attacks, I would have to refresh my image spell, which that just takes ages. So I think initially I'm just going to go and hope for, let's say, 32 Deathclaw misses, and the last 10 I'm going to use image for. Maybe 20 or 30. It depends on how high the chance would be of it actually hitting. I think the chance is really low of Deathclaw hitting, but I'm not sure how low it would be overall if we extend it over the course of 42 Deathclaws. So that's number 1. 3 missiles is 1 Deathclaw then. Oh, okay. We have 1 2/3 Deathclaw then. So this is even better for me if he uses missile, because that only does 75% of my current HP and damage. That's it. See, that's Queen Fairy. Alrighty, fair enough. Thank you, Zenkai. But yeah, what were you streaming, if I may ask? What were you doing? D-Hawk recommended keeping images up to block Deathclaw. Yeah, I know. But the thing is, the action just slows down so significantly much. If I do that, it's kind of silly. That's number 2. I feel like if I don't use image spells, I might be able to... just kind of sit here and do this. By the way, I wonder how would battle speed affect this? That is number 3 Deathclaw, since that was the 3rd missile. How does battle speed affect this entire deal? Does anyone know that? So if I were to increase the battle speed to the maximum, would he be able to attack quicker? Hey Yappy, how are you doing? And that's weird. Good evening, sir. I hope you enjoyed your German Speedenhausen. That was actually really awesome to watch you guys once in a while. I don't have enough time to watch the entire time, but I really enjoyed that. One missile. What is yes, Ferris level is 64. If you want to, Kaidos, and if you would like to, I would like to see the formula that you use to calculate this. Because I think it is enemy level minus my level. That is the 4th Deathclaw. You sure did? Nice, that's awesome. That is 4 Deathclaws so far. Deathclaw has a 33% chance to get past the first check. Number 5. So that's the 33%, but it's reduced. I have 24 magic defense in equipment. I have shell equipped, which halves that chance as well, so that's 16.5%. And then, well, let's say 25% off that, which is let's say 4.5% chance of Deathclaw actually hitting. Also, the golden kappa thing is so weird. What are the chances that an individual person gets it each day? The thing is, if I ever had the golden kappa, I would not even know, because I don't use that. 17%? I think it gets rounded down, so it actually should be 16%. Unless the 0.5% actually do count. I'm not sure how that will be calculated. Could be rounded down, it gets finicky. Yeah, I think it's the chance to hit that gets rounded down, so that means the chance to evade gets rounded up in a sense. I mean, happy squid, happy early ghost, don't worry, you don't need to check now. Not sure if it's only one account or seven, but the chances have to be really small. I guess, that's true. I love that Twitch does something like that. It's just kind of a nice little Easter egg for something that might seem to be just a myth. I wonder whether they might do this for other emotes, but you just never know because they don't get used as much. So I think that's the second missile, isn't it? Hey Bonsai Bear, good evening sir, how are you doing? And thank you very much for the support yesterday, I appreciate that. Oh, there's Deathclaw. Deathclaw number 7, well 6 hit us. And that means we are dead. Alrighty, we should definitely keep up image. So I also know that T-Hawk mentioned that the chance for Deathclaw actually hitting were kind of low, in that it seemed to never even hit for him once. So I was curious whether the chance would be low enough for me to just avoid them like that. Doesn't look like magic defense matters for Deathclaw and Missile, just magic evade. Oh, really? So I don't need to equip the other thing, is there? I could literally just equip the Elf Cape. I'm pretty sure magic defense does matter for it though. I have 7 less magic defense if I use the Elf Cape instead of the Angel Ring. Deathclaw and Missile are damage spells. I thought it was also somewhere suggested that in the solo challenge you can also hope and equip magic evasion gear to avoid the soul cannon's little missiles. As in that is a reasonable chance to do so. Whoa. ISG just subscribed, thank you. Guess who is back? Hey ISG, good evening. Evening, afternoon, morning, whatever. Welcome back ISG. And thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome back. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for your continued support. Thank you so much, ISG. You have a magic evade check if you have magic evade, and then the normal hit calculates based on your level. Enemy level and base hit the spell. Oh, it does work. Elf Cape is 5% magic evade. That will make Deathclaw miss a little more often and will protect against regular hits. Actually, yeah. Even though the Angel Ring has more magic defense, it should actually be better to use the Elf Cape instead, because then I don't have to refresh image as often. So this should actually work out way better than using the Angel Ring instead. Even though Angel Rings would guarantee that Deathclaw doesn't hit, if I want to keep up the image spell, this would be essentially the better option. All is good on my end, lots of changes incoming, but from what I can tell, pretty much all positive. Thank you. Nothing can hold you back, that's awesome. Welcome back. Welcome back, you legend. As I said, with Ancient Ring I have 24% magic evasion, but 17% with the Elf Cape instead, so that should factor in, right? Oh, magic. Oh, I get it. That's magic evasion, but not magic defense. Oh, that's not the same thing. That makes sense. Yeah. Gaia Gear and Elf Cape is 28 magic defense total? Doesn't it, right? Am I looking at the wrong number? I might be looking at the wrong number. Let me check real quick. Oh, it's hidden. The Ancient Ring has more evasion, right? I think it has basically double the evasion in comparison. Either way, as I said, I think using the Elf Cape would be better either way, so I don't have to refresh image as often. Thank you very much, Kaitos, I appreciate that. Didn't even realize Elf Cape had magic evasion in addition to the physical evasion proc. I always thought that was the same value there. Magic evasion and magic defense, but yeah, that's clearly not the case. This music is actually really neat, I like it a lot. I wonder if it would be easier for me to just only hold the A button to repeatedly cast mirror image, just basically on cooldown, and not care about anything else. So you're looking at less than 12% chance to hit, but that's still almost 1 in 8. Yeah, did you... I see. Yeah. I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because the chance for him to hit Death Claw seems to be indeed really, really low. So we just have to evade 42 Death Claws. And greetings to you, Roy Philosoph. Royce Philosoph? How are you doing? Good evening. That's one missile. Keep doing this. So if I just hold the A button to repeatedly spam image. He does actually get 1 attack in. And 2. So he is slightly faster than me. which means I would be able to just repeatedly cast Image again and again. Image only costs 6 MP, which I could easily replenish the MP if I wanted to. Here's my thinking. I'm just going to hold the A button, because this allows me to more or less actually do other things on the side until I need to replenish my own MP. Then I would just use an elixir. There would still be the chance of him actually hitting Deathclaw just exactly when I would need to use an elixir, but that's kind of a low chance anyways. And thank you very much, Roy Philosoph. I appreciate that. I really like doing narrated playthroughs, although I can only really do them properly of speedruns that have either a proper story, or, and most importantly, actually know the story, at least for speedruns, but I like doing casual playthroughs too. Although this one here is more of a challenge run where a single solo white mage tries to get through everything. Eventually. Slowly. We got one image indeed. Actually, I was contemplating just resetting earlier, and then increasing the battle speed to like 4, or maybe even 3, just so he would get in more attacks while I would just spam image. But on the other hand, that would make the later phases a bit more tricky and annoying, so I might as well just keep up casting image on cooldown, since in theory, whenever he casts Deathclaw, I just would want to have him I would want to have 2 images at any given point whenever he casts Deathclaw, so this seems to be the quickest thing I can do. I don't think for this strategy I would need the Elf Cape at all. It was actually kind of likely that I would be better off using other things instead. Missile doesn't really matter, since he doesn't actually hit me. Outside of Deathclaw, that is. Will you defeat Omega? Not with a solo white mage, no. I will defeat Omega in the, at least that's the plan, once we do a 4-Chop Fiesta. I assume you know about 4-Chop Fiesta? If you don't, that's going to be an event starting June? June or July, where you are assigned 4 chops and you have to play through the game with those. My first playthrough will... my first 4-Chop Fiesta will be a narrated playthrough with the fastest battle speed for a bit of a challenge. And the second one will probably be a solo one again, and I don't know whether I'm going to do more, but maybe. I actually really like doing those 4-Chop Fiestas. June is correct, alrighty, thank you, Happy. What is my favorite Final Fantasy game? Let's put it this way. I would say it's still 6, but after replaying 6, I dare to say I kind of like this game here a little bit more by now. Not necessarily. No. Let me put it differently. It is still Final Fantasy VI that I like the most, but this game here, the more I played it, the more I know about it, and also after replaying Final Fantasy VI, it has gotten way closer to my favorite Final Fantasy than it was previously. So is there a point at which I can win this fight? Well, eventually, yes. So, to explain what is happening here, if you just joined, what I'm doing here, whoopsie, I'm running Gilgamesh out of magic. Whenever he uses Deathclaw, that costs him 21 MP. And whenever he uses Missile, that costs him 7 MP. He has 888 MP. Which means it will take quite a lengthy amount of time for him to run out of magic. But then I can finally move on to the second phase, where I will have to run Enkidu out of magic. So that will take a while too. Actually, I might just try to kill Enkidu straight up. If I can handle that. Not sure. Omega is a pain in the behind fight, unless you have a Bard and Beastmaster. Then you can defeat literally everything with just a simple setup. As a kid, before the walkthrough, I defeated Omega at level 32. It was your proudest moment. Nice. That seems pretty crazy though. That's awesome. And greetings, Bitafai, or Bitafai. Feel free to correct me, by the way, how to pronounce your names. I appreciate those corrections. I'm doing quite excellent. How are you doing? Your strategy was Magic Knight Raccoons. That sounds interesting. Thank you, Bitafai. I appreciate that. Solo Chemist can beat Shinryu and Omega, because Chemist is nuts. Yes, indeed. Not even using the cheese berserker strats either. Just straight up defeat them. Well, if you are patient enough, that is. If you run out of MP, you have an elixir and take a small risk. Yes, pretty much. That is pretty much exactly how that's going to go down. It's going to be a tiny risk of me using an elixir instead of anything else, and in that meantime I would be vulnerable just to a tiny bit of an extent. There's no wrong way of pronouncing it. Alright, fair enough. Thank you. Yes, Omega is weak to lightning. They were all dual-wielding travelers, huh? Oh, that claw actually hit there. I actually don't think I get to move before he removes my image. Wow. Wow, that's actually pretty close. I don't think I want to increase the battle speed. I'm also kind of glad that I do have the Health Cape now. Dual-wielding Thandaga magic swords does a lot of damage. I imagine. Mystic Knight sword spells always hit if the enemy is weak to it. I actually did not know that. That's interesting. Ferris looks pretty lonely. Well, yeah, it's a solo challenge after all. Omega isn't immune to stop for some reason. Yeah. But you would need to use a bard to use stop on him, since that circumvents magic evasion. Wow. She's adopted. Yeah, I mean, sure. That's one way to put it. Is this going to take longer than the Archaeovis fight? Yes, by a long margin actually. From what I read, this is pretty much the longest fight in the entire deal. And thank you, I appreciate that. That Tales of Fantasia run yesterday was quite a train wreck, honestly. Oh boy. There are not all Final Fantasy games available on PC except 15, of course, but will also be released on PC. I do not know. We have a kind of random question. Does anyone know who is running all official SNES games our team are? That would be Abs Nerdity. ABS Nerdity. Let me write that out real quick. I don't know whether that's the capitalization properly, but he is doing all SNES games, and he is, I think, 300 games in? He's pretty far. Or 400? PBR Gamer. Oh, I did not know about PBR Gamer. That sounds interesting. And if you are interested in PlayStation, I think Puri underline Puri is doing a PlayStation 1. How far is PBR Gamer, if I may ask? I've never heard of him. You don't understand this tactic. How are you going to beat Gilgamesh by spamming image? Well, spamming image is to survive Deathclaw here. That's the exact idea. And hopefully he will not hit 3 times. Well, there's nothing I could do about that one. That's a bit unfortunate. I need to get lucky here, I guess. Either way, the idea is that I survive long enough until until Gilgamesh runs out of magic after 42 Deathclaws. And that can just take a while. RIP. PBR Gamer is on game 333, it looks like. Interesting. And yes, it's mostly so Gilgamesh cannot use Deathclaw during the Enkidu portion of the fight. And that's literally the reason. Afterwards, I kind of need to run Enkidu out of magic, so he will not be able to heal themselves up anymore afterwards. However... Huh. How does the numbering of SNES games works for Final Fantasies? The one you received in the USA as Final Fantasy II was actually Final Fantasy IV in reality. The one you know as Final Fantasy III is actually Final Fantasy VI. So that means you never actually got the true Final Fantasy II, which is only for the NES. You never got the real Final Fantasy III, which is, I believe, also for the NES. You did receive, however, Final Fantasy IV, which you know as Final Fantasy, well, II. You never received Final Fantasy 6 for the 5 for the SNES. The one you received is, well, was Japanese only. So the actual Final Fantasies 2, 3 and 5 are Japanese exclusives. 2 and 3 are NES and 5 is Super Nintendo. Map 115 out of 989 as of March 17th. Wait, there's another guy? Map? Interesting. This fight looks nightmarish? Yeah, you could say that. Where can you find more information about it, Pablosio? If you'd like to have more information about the Tales of Fantasia runs or speedrunning it, you could join the Tales of Discord. I think Twitch TV/Tales of Speedruns should have a link to the Tales of Discord. Other than that, I do have a rough tutorial for Tales of Fantasia on my channel highlighted here, and also on my YouTube if you'd like to check that out. Greetings, Zolimuse, how are you doing? Thank you for the apple. Like when he said SNES game is 333 is popular, how is that numbered? Oh, basically just in order of how he plays it. Game number 333 is the 333rd game he plays. That's pretty much how it is. There's nothing more to that. It's just the order on how or when he plays it, and however he chooses which game to play next is kind of up to him. Started to play System Shock again yesterday, but the enhanced version. All 3D games with sprites are still well playable today. Interesting. You're good? Glad to hear that. That's all it is. And greetings, Aya. Yes, indeed. I heard about that too. And apparently the Switch is not region locked, which means anyone can download any game for the Switch from any country. So you can just go to the Japanese eShop and download that collection if you want to. Maybe it also gets released in other countries. We don't know about that one though. And greetings, Nero Trinity X, how are you doing? And Tafai, if you have a suggestion as to what happens when you put a nacho into the food box, and then also subsequently the rabbit finds the nacho in the food box and what happens with it, like he might eat it or he might do something stupid with it, feel free to whisper me that, and I can actually add it to the food box. I believe I will have enough time in the next attempt here. Especially that it costs 2.5 times the cost of the games in the shop of the virtual console. Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised about the price. But hey, in a sense, it's better to be able to actually get them officially on, well, newer hardware instead of having to buy an old SNES and then play them on there. You want to have it legally. Radiant Historian remake. I've heard about Radiant Historia before. Don't exactly know what that is anymore. Real quick, Kaitos or anyone else who knows, how much damage can I deal to Gilgamesh before Enkidu arrives? You still wonder if anyone could do anything against you playing games on the emulator that you do own. Technically, legally, they could. However, it is not worthwhile to persecute individuals that have basically illegal versions of it. However, if you are doing stuff the official way, as in, let's say you earn money with it, then they have a good reason to just kind of go after you and say, nah, you can't do that, or just kind of request or shut down request, stuff like that. Let's put it this way, me as a streamer, I do have an actual copy of Final Fantasy V. I play this on emulator because this is the fan translation, and that's the easy way to do it, but usually they are not even going to do anything about that. However, even though legally, they likely could do something about you having a ROM in your possession that is not normally acquired. Although, I do have an actual version of the game, so it should be fine in theory. But yeah, it's kind of a grey zone. At least, as in, the way I do it is kind of a grey zone, I dare to say, because as I said, I do have the game. But I don't think they are going to care about anything else too much. So, on the 6k HP from his 8888. Alrighty. I think I'm going to equip the Angel Ring actually. If you own the game, you can legally use a ROM. Really? I guess that is probably dependent on country. Also, long as you don't download it from the internet. I see. So you would need to be able to dump it yourself. That's interesting. And greetings, Blood. Good evening. How are you doing, sir? 84. He has 8,804 HP left. Wow. A bit less now. I think the way it worked in Switzerland when I looked it up, it was basically that I'm allowed to download, at least for movies, I'm allowed to download and possess a movie, but I'm not allowed to watch it or distribute it for that matter. Which is kind of weird, but no. Everything is fine, glad to hear that, Blood. Either way, personally I'm a lot more happy if I just have a copy where I can say, well, I do have the thing, so I don't need to worry about it. Plus, actually playing on regular console is way nicer too, so that helps. So that's about 250 to 360. $540. Two more hits. I was playing on console better for me. It is more responsive from what I can tell, as in the gameplay that is. If you... At least the extreme case is Tales of Fantasia. If you compare playing Tales of Fantasia on emulator compared to console, it is just way smoother and more responsive in comparison. But that's probably because Tales of Fantasia is really difficult to emulate, so that's likely the main reason as to why that is happening. I just realized, without the Elf Cape, there's essentially no way I'm going to survive a Deathclaw no matter what, is there? Because Gilgamesh is just too fast. There's no way for me to slow him down, is there? So using an image spell doesn't exactly help me, unless I actually use an Elf Cape. Oh, doesn't size kind of double your chance to evade? I wonder, as in if I use size on myself, doesn't that double my chance to evade? There's a counter in Caribbean where copyright isn't allowed because the user refused to pay compensation for losing court case in an international court. Huh. Yeah, Tales of Fantasia is really wonky to emulate, I guess. But even in games like Secret of Mana, which are more straightforward, it's just kind of odd, I guess. Tournament of Pong. Or Thanatos of PlayStation. Nah, that doesn't work. I'm not good at this. Careful with those, Roy. Am I waiting to die? No, I'm waiting for this guy to run out of magic. He needs to use Deathclaw but not hit me. That's kind of how it is. I don't see how much MP he has left, do I? Only his level, his HP, and that's it. I really wish to see his MP though. I need to survive 42 Deathclaws. One missile apparently accounts for a third of a Deathclaw. So I haven't kept count. Is Gilgamesh a blue mage? Not really. He is just kind of an interesting type of warrior who seems to be a problem to deal with as a white mage. And yes, Missile is a blue mage spell, and so is Deathclaw. But there's only one enemy you could consider to be a blue mage, really. Yes, it's a good thing this song never gets old, I agree. Mini seems like it could work here to protect against the pulse Deathclaw hits. Nice, thank you Coitus. So that actually would work. So if I die here, I'm just going to use Mini and see how that's going to work out. Because I don't really recover from the paralyzation quick enough without getting really lucky if Deathclaw hits anyways. So I can either hope that I just don't get hit by Deathclaw in the first place, or I can try to avoid with Mini and using the cape. Just to confirm, cape would then increase for a 66% chance to evade. Gilgamesh is Go-Go from Final Fantasy VI. That's an interesting theory. I don't think there's necessarily any connection. But actually, no, there is a mime in Final Fantasy V that is a lot more like Go-Go, actually. Cape is a separate roll from evade. Wait, that means if I use Mini... Wait, what does... Quick question, does that mean... For me, size doesn't help at all since I don't have any natural evasion? It only increases damage I take, right? I don't have a shield or anything like that to help me out here. It decreases the damage I deal. Yep. And also reduces my defense to 0 if I'm not mistaken. So that doesn't help me. Y'all nerds. Hey Cosmotic, welcome. How are you doing, sir? He's an Akkadian warrior, today's Turkey, and the hero of the oldest poem we have. Interesting. He did miss a lot of Deathclaws already, I feel. And also quite a few of those, but I don't think we're quite halfway through his MP yet. I didn't keep count. Maybe I should keep count next time. Once it's reached no MP left anymore, we basically are in the clear. So, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I should have time to upgrade our food box right now, since I'm literally just waiting here for him to run out of MP and hoping he doesn't hit me. Hey Killian, good evening. Greetings from Germany. Greetings from Switzerland here. How are you doing? The mime's name is also Go-Go. It is. I mean, the most interesting comparison I've heard that the lady from Secret of Mana is actually Go-Go. Actually, no, that was not the Mage. There was someone else. The week didn't start as bad as the last one. Well, that's good news already. Sounds nice. Glad to hear it doing good. What about Go-Go from Kill Bill? I never even watched that. Excuse me. That's actually not even true. I watched about half of that movie. And I still have no idea what's going on, other than lots of blood and stuff. Which... oh, people like that, I guess. I want to see lots of missiles actually from this guy if we could. Let me actually dig out the AI script for Gilgamesh. Final Fantasy V, algorithm guide. There's actually a pretty massive algorithms guide for Final Fantasy V, as in like really massive. It's pretty impressive. Let's see, what does Gilgamesh have for an AI script? Gilgamesh on the ship here. His AI script is basically fight, missile, fight, then fight, fight, specialty, which is a critical hit, and then fight, Deathclaw, fight. So every third round he has a 1 in 3 chance to cast Deathclaw, and then 2 rounds after, 1 round after that he has a 1 in 3 chance to cast missile. So the chance in theory with Elf Cape to survive Deathclaw, if it hits, would be not all too bad if he uses missile on one of his next move, or Deathclaw on the next move after that, and that misses too. So in theory, the chance of surviving Deathclaw with an Elf Cape is not too bad, but it's still kind of questionable. Kill Bill's 2 movies that don't really make sense on their own. Okay, that's one way to put it. The girl is also go 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 go. She is indeed. Fight, fight, specialty, fight, missile, fight. Fight, fight, specialty, fight, Deathclaw, fight. Alright, yeah. Actually he has an AI change once he drops below 6000 HP, where he has more chance to do regular physical attacks compared to using Deathclaw or missile. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I don't think he normally crit after using Deathclaw, unless this list here is wrong. I think this list is wrong, guys, because after Deathclaw apparently he can use critical hit, and then in the next turn he can use missile. Thank you, Kaidos. So yeah, but if Deathclaw hits, we're just straight up dead, so might as well hope that it just doesn't hit, right? You like this stream? Nice. Welcome, Woodstock. How are you doing? You mean that is a Tarantino movie for the most part? Gratuitous violence and lots of stabby stabs. Yeah. Why don't I put delicious Gilgamesh? What would happen if we put Gilgamesh into the food box? As I said, if you'd like to put anything in the food box that I should add, send me a whisper, and I can then just subsequently add it to the food box. Actually, send my bot a whisper, that would be easier for me to do, I think. I don't know. No, actually send me a whisper, that way I can just straight up add it to the food box. The tricky thing is always to come up with a proper action and reaction to when you put stuff into the food box and the rabbit finds it. By the way, if anyone does not know what a rabbit is those little pokepushel monsters that jump around in Seeker of Mana. The little yellow guys. And we like those. They are nice. And they also have a gigantic mouth and like to eat stuff. They are pretty stupid too, but I love them. Row, row, row. Row, row, row your boat. He hasn't hit a single thing so far. Which I'm not unhappy about, obviously. Don't be sorry, Hooded. You're awesome. This kind of looks like the stages of moods the little rabbits have. Happy, hungry, confused, and sad. I really hope he runs out of magic soon, because then, after we are past Gilgamesh's magic points, that would be a lot easier, and we should not lose from there on, at least in theory. Let me actually look up Enkidu's AI script. Enkidu's AI script has... Let's see. He's pretty straightforward. Fight Aero 2 specialty. Aero 2 costs magic. Also, he has a total of 1000 MP at the beginning of the fight. Then he has Vampire, Missile, and Wind Slash. Vampire costs MP, Missile does as well. Then afterwards he has Fight specialty, Vampire, Threat, and Wind Slash. Wind Slash is annoying, and Threat is extremely annoying. But Vampire is the one that we want because he runs it off magic. Then Fight, Sonic Wave, and White Wind. Is there any reason I picked Ferris as my solo? I like Ferris. That is the main reason, really. You see what happened? About him using the wrong order of stuff? I'm looking at the wrong part of the AI script, really? Oh! Oh yeah, I do. I see now what you mean. Also, he currently has 4 rounds of AI scripts. If HP is greater than 6000, I actually thought, I just kind of automatically assumed the first portion would be the current AI script. So yeah. You think Rogbot needs a Ferris bot command? If someone could put up a blurb that I can add to the bots, that would be easy enough. We could add that. He's in the 4 cycle, not the 3. Yeah, I realize now. Thank you, Kratos. So yeah, the short version is Ferris. I just like her most, and she is present for almost all the fights. So she is a fine pick, I feel. Other than that, her stats are generally just above average. I don't think she excels in a single stat compared to everybody else, but she has better speed than bots, and I think the speed is better than having strength for a white mage. At least from what I can tell. Isn't it just because I like Ferris? That was the base reason, but you can also extend your case, so to speak. I'm not even sure that's what you put. Whoa! We made it! Not enough MP! At Black Death Doom, thank you! Holy smokes! What a timing. 7 ROMs in a row, thank you so much! Hey Black Death Doom, how are you doing? Good evening to you and welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Black Death Doom. How's it going? You actually ran Gilgamesh out of MP. You keep wanting to spam this. Feel free, Hooded. Feel free. Thank you so much, Black Death Doom. What happens when he is out of magic? He can no longer use Deathclaw, which is the only ability in this fight which is actually dangerous to me. So we basically defeat those guys by running them out of magic. The issue with this fight as well is this guy on the back who just appeared. He has a healing spell, White Wind. White Wind heals for as much HP as he currently has. So that means he has 4000 HP max. Which also means that in order for me to defeat those guys, I pretty much kind of have to run them out of magic, since Enkidu will just once in a while heal up every damage that I deal. And, well, that's just no good, obviously. See, just White Wind again. I would not be able to deal more than 2000 damage within that small time span, most of the time anyways. And so I'm just kind of sitting here, waiting. Healing up once in a while. So at some point, Enkidu will likely hit me with Dark Shock, which reduces my level, and that also means he will hit me with all his other nasty abilities, plus reduce my damage that I would be able to deal to him after a while. So yeah. And yes, that's exactly how it is. The biggest problem is Enkidu reduces my level with Sonic Wave, that is the name of the move. At some point Sonic Wave will hit, because that's just how long it takes to run Enkidu out of magic. And when Sonic Wave hits, my level is reduced, the chance for Deathclaw to hit is greatly increased, and it would just kind of straight up kill me. Because now Enkidu and Gilgamesh both attack, Image is not going to be able to defend against this for long enough to stave off, well, them killing me. Deathclaw reduces my HP to critical and paralyzes me, so I would not be able to move for about 6 turns or so. That's not good. For how long will I fight this guy? Well... T-Hawk described this fight as being 6.5 hours. So we are in for the long run. This is going to take longer than Biblos. Biblos took us 4 hours. But yeah, actually, what I could try is just hit this guy. So there's a chance that I could technically defeat Enkidu, but the vampire spell he just tried to use is actually the main issue. If he hits me with vampire, he will deal half of however much HP he lost to me, straight up, and also heal himself with it. And that's dangerous if I reduce his HP sufficiently low. It's now at 700, that is about 350 damage with vampire. But in theory, I could potentially kill Enkidu if I just want to risk this. Threat is, by the way, slow, which means I will just be really slow and basically attacking him. And here's White Wind. That just heals him up to 4. 200. Attacking Enkidu right now at all is suicidal. It will be suicidal once he reaches critical HP. As in, I'm safe as long as I have sufficiently high enough HP for him to not one-shot me with Vampire, basically. If Vampire hits. Vampire even needs to hit in the first place. Vampire's 32% hit rate before magic evasion. Right. I can only attempt this before Sonic Wave actually hits. It can only do 2k max, pretty much. But I mean, I can't damage him if I keep missing. It's a 30% chance to miss. What level is Ferris? 64 for the tournament. LR slowed the tempo to this song way too much, sounded like the Bad Marching tune. I don't know what is LR, if I may ask. Ferris, please, hit him once in a while. He hasn't used White Wind in ages. If Ferris only actually hit him, she would have been able to reduce him below 2000 HP. Lightning returns. I see, thank you. No need to apologize. I appreciate the information. And I have no idea about this song being remade or not. How many times did we miss now in a row? This is kind of ridiculous. Oh, that's true. Enkidu has natural evasion, so it's actually more than a 30% chance to miss. So this makes a lot more sense all of a sudden. Oh, well, level halved. Now his attacks will be more likely to hit. I deal way less damage. That was probably an average hit now with 70, whereas it was a good hit if I hit over 200. So yeah, level halved. We are in for the long run. He hasn't used White Wind in ages though, so in theory I might be able to get him below that threshold. but it's highly unlikely. Hey Jazz, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, how are you doing? I hope your snow problem may have alleviated itself by now a little bit, that would be lovely. I'm going to use... Ow. Oh, I'm just going to heal now. We had a chance to actually kill Enkidu there, in theory, if I probably just started hitting him earlier. No, that's not true, he used White Wind when I was already hitting him. But no, we just end up wanting to heal up, I guess. That's okay. Also, Threat will eventually hit. So, well, we just wait. Doing good, nice. Glad to hear that. And greetings to you, Jokobo Dragoon. You hope you didn't miss anything too exciting. No, don't worry, we just died a bunch of times to those guys. Gilgamesh here is now out of magic, which means eventually I will be able to whittle them down with my puny little mace attacks. But this will take a really long time. In the meantime, we just need to run Enkidu now here out of magic, because he has the ability to heal himself and Gilgamesh just for way too quick. So we just wait until, well... they run out of magic. Almost done with Tales of Berseria, nice, that's awesome. So, if you're curious, how long will this take to run him out of magic? My estimate is like 2 hours from now, or 3 even. So, that could take a while, but there's no real risk of dying anymore, so that's a plus. It's just eventually I will be slowed down, and then we need to start whittling away on their HP. Ah, there we go, now we're slowed. I'm going to be really happy once we're past this fight. So yeah, we did deal pretty good damage to Enkidu there. But no, that's pretty much it. Oh, alrighty, actually let me check your message, White Knight. Because now I pretty much have time. It did reach me. The thing is, actually, when I have the chat popped out, since recently-ish, Twitch no longer displays whisper messages in the pop-out chat, which is a bit unfortunate since I don't normally see them otherwise, unless I actually have the other window open. So let me grab that thing real quick and look at it. Yeah, as I said, T-Hawk said it took him 6.5 hours to run those 2 guys out of magic, so don't expect this to go much faster than 6 hours total. Probably want to heal once in a while. Hero 2, Missile, White Wind, and Vampire cost MP. How much do they each cost? Yes, and now I want him to cast White Wind indeed. It is really expensive. Like, what was it, 42 MP? Have you thought about a lot of depth? You mean Diablo 2, I guess? Run like no item start only or something. I mean, if something would appeal to me, I've done a Diablo 2 challenge run where I only let the mercenary kill everything through normal. And that was quite fascinating to try and do that. Hero 2 is 10 MP, Missile is 7, Vampire is 2. That's not a whole lot. And White Wind is 28, out of his 1000 MP. Yep, that will take a while. Thank you for the information. When do I start doing damage? Once Enkidu and the back is out of magic and it's actually worthwhile to start attacking. When that will happen, not entirely sure. Also, by the way, I'm just going to be super lazy here. And instead of using the healing stuff, I will just use high potions. Since I can just smash the A button 3 times to do that. Oh wow, I guess that can happen too. I forgot about Missile. I mean, we want them to use Missile on the baseline, but the issue is it just deals pretty much as much damage as it gets. Attacking Enkidu is still a bit risky, yes, until he runs out of magic entirely. That's a good point, thank you Clytus, because I will probably have started attacking Enkidu, which would have been a kind of a bad choice. Antline must have been almost as annoying. Well, with the tournament, Antline is going to come up, but we actually have a proper strategy for that guy. It's going to take a while to defeat Antlion, but he's not going to be nearly as annoying, since you can Berserk him. And at that point we will have Berserk. Fun fact, you could Berserk Gilgamesh, but you literally learn the Berserk spell after the next boss. So, no dice. I have to imagine that has to hurt, just letting them beat on you for hours on end. Yes, that's why we have healing spells. Also, Antline is one of 2 reasons as to why we leveled up Galuf as a second solo white mage. Oh, take care, Hooded Ornament. Have a nice day. Thank you for dropping by. And greetings, I have no name. How are you doing, sir? The teased screenshot is true in Japan. They are releasing a collection of the first 3 Secret of Mana games on the Switch. Still no word of Western release though. Yes, but since Ritsu is not region locked, you could just go to the Japanese eShop and download it from there if you wanted to. So that's a plus. That was not what I meant to do. I hit the wrong direction. I'm currently updating the food box in case you're wondering. Give me a second. Alrighty, let's see. Thankfully, I don't have to actually experience that pain. Yeah, that's probably a reasonable point to make. You're doing pretty well, glad to hear that. I'm doing quite excellent too, thank you. Do any of the status effect spells affect Gilgamesh or Enkidu? None of the which I could actually currently access. As I said, you could technically Berserk Gilgamesh, but I don't even know whether they even regularly have an option to Berserk Gilgamesh in the first place right now. Imagine streaming Sword Art Online. I feel like that could be pretty difficult for the viewer, since they are not moving themselves. I think that may get them motion sick. You actually got people willing to raise the category. That's longer than a day next weekend. Wow. What are you going to raise, if I may ask? I assume some more Final Fantasy X? I think it was Final Fantasy X last time. Was this the Final Fantasy, the one if you mastered all the classes your basic thing became OP? Yes, pretty much, Sapphire. Hi, greetings, Caster Shell. How are you doing? Good evening. What you don't know is that a white mage can deadlift 1,200 pounds. By the way, when I was a kid, I did play some fishing games, and they labeled the fish with LBS. I had no idea what LBS was standing for, since, well, we don't use pounds. So I was just kind of making up a word like Lagermouth Bass, or there's something like that? Sure. That's kind of weird to read that. Final Fantasy IX, sort of 100% again. And it's sort of because we're still not getting a few annoying key items or the Excalibur 2 for accessibility reason. But everything else it's in. Oh. It was 9. Right. That could take a while. Are you doing the side quest where you need to visit the other place a few times that was only discovered way after the game's release? You, for one, are looking forward to the experience even though no one else will finish. Oh, by the way, Gilgamesh is now in the fruit box, but it doesn't display. The message is too long. That's unfortunate. So it doesn't measure how many elbows the fish has. Yep, that sounds about right. My best fish had something like 65 elbows. Probably. That sounds about right. The Nero farm town is one of the things we're not doing because it's tedious. I see. Not tedious, that's like 2 hours of running through Memoria over and over for a non-unique protect ring. Fair enough. Yay, cheesecakes. You've got to slim down, you have 200 elbows. I mean, a few elbows are pretty useful, right? So you can reach around things more easily. You just need to make sure that the elbows are in the correct position. An elbow on your neck might be useful in certain instances, but could also creep out certain other people. So you need to be careful how you use those. By the way, I'm using high potions because I just only need to press the A button. And I never otherwise use high potions anyways, so I might as well. It's way easier than to attack and then press the right and then attack again. Less easy to mess up. Plus it heals me more, so I have less downtime between the enemies doing stuff because I don't have to do as much stuff and I can just wait around for longer, so that actually saves me a bunch of time too over the long run. And greetings are changed last night. What estimate is it? What is the estimate time? I don't know. Could take a while. By the way, the timer at the top right, that is just how long we took so far over the entire course of this challenge. This is not a single sitting. Just for reference. Reaching around is important. And useful. You've got about 220 extra elbows around your gut, it's really inconvenient. Ah, I see. I'm at about... How many was it last time? I think at this point it's about 7. Wait, no, it's elbows. So that's actually more like 12 elbows. 13, 14 in that range. Did I misspell it? Either misspelled it or we don't have as much space for the food box thingies. Which would be a different issue. Gilgamesh. No, I did add it correctly. Oh man, Jazz. What is it, Jazz? You got to the last boss and quit this game, so I could beat Final Fantasy 6 and Chrono Trigger. The last boss, as in, the bosses in this game are pretty brutal actually, all things considered. They are not being nice to you. But once you know how to work around them and exploit their weaknesses, it actually becomes really interesting. I actually really like the bosses in this game. As in, I enjoy this type of challenge. But it's not for everybody. I sound pretty good for a guy going 55 hours. Thank you. I appreciate that. My longest stream was something a bit over 33 hours only though. Speaking of long streams, April 2nd is going to be another long stream if anyone's interested. I'm going to run all Zero of Mana's solo character challenges in one sitting, and maybe some more things added on top of it, based on whether we reach certain goals. They announced the Sagnet Setsu collection in Switch in Japan. They did, 1, 2, 3. And because Switch is region free, you can actually go and get it as well, just. I think that conversion is off. You can pretty sure you can fit way more than 2 elbows into a cake. I don't know. It is region free. So basically, if you have a Switch, you can get it no matter what, even if it's not necessarily going to be translated. Grimer Fusion! Thank you, Quadlight. You think the Grimers are taking over? How long before all Yagamounts are Grimers? Well, probably not going to happen, since that's an official Pokemon thing. But maybe one of the cheer modes might be a Grimer. Grimer domination! I mean, Grimer looks so happy. Try to beat High Spirits Dragon Quest 1 through 9 marathon. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I like sleeping a lot, actually. But I expect the marathon next on the April 2nd to go about 24 hours at least. Likely a bit more. Now that begs the question, is the same Psyche in the Setsu 2 that's broken as all heck? They actually fixed the soft lock bug that happens in the Japanese version on the Japanese Virtual Console. So I assume they're at least going to use that version, but I don't think they're going to fix anything else, if you're asking me. And greetings, Dark Shadow. Good evening, how are you doing? Look out, they're going to fight. Nah. Grimer just wants a hug, and if the rabbi realizes that Grimer doesn't taste good, he's probably just going to run away. Rabbits aren't too bright, unfortunately. But they like cuddling. And Grimer loves cuddling and hugging, so that might be a good fit anyways. You're doing good, glad to hear that. Doing quite excellent here, thank you. So, by the way, unlike the big boss fight, I don't have to constantly heal and worry that I drop too low HP, since, well, they just don't do enough damage. So, whatever. And by the way, just to put this up front, the little marathon next April, April 2nd, is going to be basically something that I don't usually do, and that is trying to raise a bit of money for, well, myself to live, really. That is kind of the short version of that, since I'm currently a full-time streamer, but I don't earn a whole lot, since my channel isn't all that large, it's all that big. And honestly, I do like the way it is right now, where there's not a whole lot of emphasis on the entire donation type stuff or money stuff. I kind of like leaving it that way, and also prefer not excluding people that may not be able to afford things, so I don't even usually do stuff that is, let's say, subscribers only, or you need to donate to vote. I try to stay away from those things, but that also kind of means, because currently I'm not this large, I will probably have to do once in a while a little donation stream like that one. So that is going to be what is happening next April. If we can keep those streams confined to individual streams, that is pretty much going to be, well, that. And, well, I hope I don't have to do those more than once every, let's say, 4 months or so. So that's that. The ultimate dream will eventually be that I can just live off the subscription money alone, just remove the donation button or put a charity button there eventually, but I'm not sure that will ever happen, considering you don't know what life brings you. If I eventually would want to found a family or something like that for some weird reason, which I don't have any plans for that really, but it could happen. I would probably also need a bit more money than I currently need. Currently I don't really need much money to live, but it's something. More Twitch accounts than Zap? I'm not sure about that. Make sure you can actually afford it. Because keep in mind, only because you have the money to do it doesn't mean you can afford it. Two different things. The Switch is region 3? Yes it is. Not sure if that's a good thing. I feel like getting a hug from Grimer is how you get several diseases. No, Grimer is pretty clean. He keeps the diseases, he doesn't give them away. He likes those. Those are his. In fact, he takes them away when he hugs you. So yay for Grimer, he's the best nurse. Yes, actually there's no way I could at this point deal enough damage to get through White Wind anymore because my level is reduced. At the beginning of the fight there might have been a slight chance to get through White Wind, but at this point there's no chance anymore. You would love to have an English version of SD3 you could actually share with people without having to drag them into emulation and fan patches. Yeah, that makes sense. That would really be awesome. I would love... Let's put it this way. I appreciate pretty much all SNES games the way they are, including the lag, because I'm used to the lag portion. That is just kind of a token to a lot of developers for the Super Nintendo and the earlier systems. Despite the limitations, they usually manage to make the games not lag a whole lot. However, SD3 makes the game lag too much. I wish it was not lagging as much, so it would be a more enjoyable experience for my taste. And if they somehow would manage to speed up SD3 so it doesn't have as much drag and lag in the combat, or just in general, I think it would be a lot better of a game overall. Grimer is the best nurse, it is. The art for SD3 collection is pretty, I agree, it's really nice. It has the boy in the run and Charlie and a few others too. Another white wind. Good progress. Good progress indeed. 28 MP each white wind. We might be about a third through Enkidu's HP here. Square was definitely pushing the envelope on what was possible on the SS and pushed it a little over the line, yes, at times. Actually, I dare to say, the game which pushed the SNES the most without going over the line is likely Tales of Fantasia from my experience. There might be games that are more extreme than that, but Tales of Fantasia is just insane what they do with the SNES. By the way, I think only one Sonic Wave hit so far. So I'm still level... $16. Okay, 2 Sonic Waves hit in that case. JJ, thank you for the good luck, sir. Hey, GoFace, how are you doing? Good evening. Games via emulation would be dependent on whether the game was frame-timed or cycle-timed. I don't... Wait, are there cycle-timed games? Accurate emulation would just be the same on console. Yeah, I mean... No, my point is that I would like to see ST3 being optimized. So it doesn't lag as much, regardless of how they do it. I think they would need to probably change the code a bit, or give it more power, I don't know. Somehow. You're doing good, glad to hear that. I'm doing excellent, thank you. Just sitting here, with a straight back actually, for a while. Waiting until we finally run Enkidu out of magic, and just talking with you guys. It's pretty awesome. So, yeah, by the way, White Knight, I have no idea. I did put Gilgamesh into the food box, but... I think I might actually have figured out what was the issue here. Actually, you can try it again, White Knight. I think it should now work. I made a mistake there. You said you'd say hi before you head back to work. Well, I wish you a pleasant day at work, Coface. And thank you for dropping by. Ladies and gentlemen, if you like Pokemon, Coface actually recently has gotten better and better and better at Pokemon Red, the original Gen 1. And he might be hunting after the record. So if you like Pokemon Red, he's a really awesome guy to hang out with, so can highly recommend that. The only dangerous thing would be missile actually hitting, but even then, I can usually just heal up, no problem. Free spaghetti! Oh. Enjoy your day, Todd James. Thank you for sticking around, and, well, have a pleasant day at work as well. And the only one else lurking currently, listening, watching, maybe just kind of being around, I hope you're having a pleasant day as well. Whether it is at work now, after work now, before work, or not work at all. How are you doing? And if you're just lurking, enjoy the lurking. I'm usually a lurker myself, so it's okay. Lurker's wrong. Oh, we are level 8 now. So the missiles probably start hitting a lot more often. Lurk, lurk, lurk. It's almost like the Warcraft 3 peons. Instead of work, work, they go lurk, lurk. Lurking intensifies. The worst thing about Sonic Wave is now that it's the same attack slot as White Wind. Oh, yeah. Because whenever he uses Sonic Wave, it's another... Whoa, did he just run out of MP? Did I see that correctly? I think he's out of MP. I can start attacking, guys. He still has a little bit of left, but it's less than 28, and now less than 28 minus whatever Era 2 costs. He's out of MP, but unfortunately we are still level 8, so our damage is pretty pathetic. So this will take a long time to actually whittle away their HP too. I'm going to probably just heal up to full with high potions and then hold the A button for attacking once he no longer has enough MP for missile and Q2, that is. 17 or less now. He can still use at least... Well, that's probably 15 or less now. Can still theoretically use a... Slight progress, yep. But don't get too excited, this is going to take even longer now to actually whittle down their HP. Vampire, not enough HP. Hey, that means I'm just going to heal up all the way to my 4000 HP, well, almost 4000, and then we start bashing them. As I said, I'm using high potions because that's way easier. My other potions don't heal as much. My regular healing spell doesn't heal as much. I could technically save them, I could save the money, but I don't need the money, really. How long am I level 8 until I'm going to be level 4 when he hits his next Sonic Wave? Yes, Sonic Wave doesn't cost MP, so... whenever that's going to be. How much HP do they have? Gilgamesh has 8888 HP. and Enkidu has 4000. So in theory, I should actually start whittling away Enkidu's HP, because he dies earlier. Well, that's the theory, he would die earlier. But, well, you need to actually hit him. But if I manage to kill him before he managed to get through Sonic Wave too often, I will still be level 8 and this fight is likely going to be significantly faster than when I'm at level 1 instead. Speaking of long battles, the other day I encountered a must-lose this boss fight with an over-level cactus in a battle system that prevented self-harm. Character had 2300 plus HP, but could only deal 1 HP per physical attacks. But 150 when it rarely went for magic. Wow, that does not sound like good design at all. That does not sound like much fun. I mean, it could be fun if you are supposed to lose the fight, but you can't actually win it. Honestly, if I ever create an RPG where you're expected to lose, I would then make something really special if you win anyways. I'd make it actually possible, but ridiculous. Kind of like, I think the best example of this is Gades at Gordovan in Lufia 2. You're definitely supposed to lose the Gades fight, but you can win it. Emulated fast forwards was a godsend. Statuses don't seem to be implemented. Status symbols show up, but you have none assist and affecting gameplay. Are you playing Final Fantasy VI by some chance? Because a lot of stuff doesn't work there. Well, Chocobo Dragoon, you need to also calculate in a 30% chance inherently to miss with the flail, but Enkidu also has some evasion, so it will take a little longer than that. No zombie, no poison. Wow. Also, by the way, the flail has a 50% damage variance. I mean, the thing is, I'm really surprised Enkidu has not managed to reduce my level to level 1 yet. So, there's a chance that he won't reduce it any further, but I'm not going to count on it. I'm not going to count on it, but I will try for it anyways. I'm actually kind of tempted to use elixirs here to speed up the fight instead of using high potions. But on the other hand, I will need to farm back the elixirs if I do that. And yes, back row reduces damage by half. Armor is a spell that I have on myself, reduces damage by half as well. And yes, what I have no name says. It's technically more than half because everything that is, let's say, not divisible by 2 gets rounded down. So they actually do less than half damage in theory, or less than a quarter in this case. Are there elixirs I can pick up in next area? I don't think there is. So I will have to farm it out manually. So I'm not going to use elixirs, I don't think. No, we are level 4 now. 26 damage now. Oh boy. This could take a while. I'm going to heal up a little bit. Division and multiplication can really only be accomplished by bit shift. Right, that makes sense. Actually, I never considered as to why can you even shift bits to the left and the right. All of a sudden that makes a lot more sense when you put it that way. Because I learned that you can do that on those systems, or on a basic level. But I never understood why you would want to do that. All of a sudden, with multiplication and division being like that, that makes a lot more sense. Too much science. Multiplication by addition, yep. Too bad there is no such button like in Chrono Trigger there apparently, where I just hold X instead, and it automatically attacks. Because I learned that actually exists in Chrono Trigger thanks to Puexels and Essentials commentary. Which would be really, really handy here. Now imagine those enemies even had armor on top of that. Whatever they have. Which they don't, thankfully. But hey, could be. I think using an angel ring was actually a reasonable idea here. Yay, we hit him. Hey, that's nice. Actually, if I ever would do this again, what I think I would do is just kind of do what I did before. Because I think with the angel ring equipped, chance of them hitting me is low enough that I can potentially just straight up kill Enkidu. However, doing it like this is the more surefire way, but it just takes so much longer. As in, I expect to whack them for another 3 hours or so from now on in order to defeat them. And in the meantime, I could actually run about 20 or so attempts to try and defeat them straight up. And maybe not 20, because there's stuff that you need to do beforehand. Polling point basically says that instead of storing n bits of numeric value, store n e bits of a number and e bits of exponent. I believe one of my teachers once told me a story about some guy who developed some software for banks, and the idea was that in order for them to calculate stuff and also increase interest and also all those kinds of things, they needed to round, and they told him to always round down for however much the bank account would have for interest and such. So essentially there was always a little bit of money being discarded from the customers or the client's accounts. So what the clever programmer ended up doing was that instead of just discarding that little amount of money, he decided to add it to an account that he created. He created an account with some weird name that is just supposed to always appear at the very end of the list of the accounts, with something like reset at the beginning and then something else. And over the years, a ton of money accumulated on that. And the only reason why he was ever found out was apparently because some of the bank managers decided to try and have a little event where they sent the first person of the list, which started with something like A whatever, and the last person on the list some gift, just kind of because why not, as a little promotion. That's kind of interesting. I don't know whether that story is true, but that is what my teacher, I don't know which teacher that was. That was either economics or mathematics teacher. I don't even know which bank it was, or whether that even is common practice. But I found that to be quite fascinating, to try and do this kind of trickery, which is obviously not quite clean. Sounds like the plot from Office Space. I see. So he probably had it from there. Sneaky little guy. This is sort of the thing that would get you sent to PMITA prison. I have no idea what that is. So yeah, I don't know where he got that information from, but it did sound pretty clever, about basically too clever. I mean, what does it hurt if the rounding just kind of just gets discarded anyways, if I just add the rounding to my account instead? If the bank was rounding down, they were taking money from it anyways. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to expand it because channel rules, but watch Office Space if you want to know. I don't care enough, I don't think. I don't know what Office Space even is. Is that a series or a show or a movie? It's a movie? I see. You're not messing much if you skip it, but it grows on you. Interesting way to put it. I think we have about 500 damage done on the guy in the back. Let's check, because I'm curious. It's a bit more than 500, 682. So if anyone wants to count, 682 damage is currently being done to Enkidu in the back there, and with each slash I can reduce his HP a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. So that's 682, that is 690, 730. Oh yeah, that could take a while. Oh boy. But I do think this is going to be the longest battle in the entire game. He'll be back in a few hours. We'll probably be still here in a few hours. Enjoy Endless Tundra. Are we tired of the bridge theme yet? I didn't necessarily even get tired of the 4.5 hour theme that whatever plays in the big boss fight. So, not yet. I mean, we could try to average how much damage can I do in about 10 minutes and then calculate this. So let's see. Actually, I literally just forgot how much damage I did just now. Whatever. To quote T-Hawk's report, that battle also proved something else that I'd wondered. It is possible to get tired of hearing the Big Bridge's music theme. After about 2 hours, I turned off the emulators out and played my own music instead. Yeah. I guess that's a possibility. How many of the 5 to 55 hours on the timer have been spent on the individual boss battles? 35 to 40? Let's put it this way. About 2 to 3 hours was spent getting from one area to the other. About, I guess, 35 hours was spent grinding bosses. Maybe more like 30. And then the rest was spent grinding elixirs and stuff like that. I don't think it's 10% other stuff. I think it's less than 10% other stuff. But yeah, it's approximately that much, I guess. Has been more boss. It has been more boss battles? No, yeah, it has been more boss battles than grinding. Probably. I'm not sure. I didn't count. I didn't pay attention. Will I be going for wall ring after this? Yes. I kind of really want a wall ring. The thing is, if I don't get a wall ring, it would be pretty difficult to try and defeat... what's his name? The big dude. X-Def. X-Def 1 in World 2. And greetings, Jan Sutton. How are you doing? Good evening. And greetings, Royak. I've been running this since like 55.5 hours total, but this is not a single sitting. Doing this in a single sitting would be kind of ridiculous. I guess there might be people that do that, but I'm not one of them. This is multiple settings. This is just the total time it took so far. Your cat and you produce quite a lot of hair. Yeah. I produce a lot of hair as well, although it seems to get less and less every year. But that's just kind of nature of things. Doing this in a single setting would be theoretically fatal. No, I think you could technically do this without actually dying. I mean, single sitting. If you mean literally sitting the entire time, maybe. But like a single segment. I miss the times when I did 200 damage with a single hit and healed myself for about 800. The current heal amount that I do is about 350? Something like that. So it's better if I just use high potions instead. Because I don't need the money anyways. I would not otherwise use the high potions, and this is just straight up faster. Why do I have to do my marathon on Sunday? Let me put it like this. It is mostly actually to just straight up avoid April 1st. That is literally the reason. The usual, hating Apple, working, talking with people because I'm the only team member who can speak English normally. Oh, I see. Hope your work is going smoothly though. What's up with April 1st? April Fool's Day. I'm not usually a fan of most of the April Fools, but it's just kind of... I don't want to make my little marathon to be necessarily a joke. In the sense that just kind of people start assuming, oh, that's not serious, is it? I mean, there's little chance that this would even happen, but I just kind of want to not necessarily do that altogether. You find it hilarious, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Yeah, that's a good way to handle it. Sorry, Blood. I will likely start rather early on that Sunday though, so there's that. How much was that? How much damage was that just now? That wasn't a whole lot, was it? 34. Alright. 34 is fine. And that was 18. By the way, fun fact, on the cartridge I have for Final Fantasy V, there is a file on it that has everything complete. In the sense that all shops are maxed out. I don't know whether that's everything, but all shops are maxed out. You don't think April 1st is a celebration, is it? No, it's just the April Fool's thingy. Oh, I definitely will highlight those runs, don't worry. I will be part of it. Probably after a day or two. You see no purpose in those. The purpose is to remind people of doing stuff that they should do once in a while anyways, I dare to say. But maybe they don't think about it because they have other things in their heads. And naturally, the companies that sell stuff that actually are for those days and push the agenda more and more for those kinds of things, they profit from it. So of course they want to have their share of the money from those events. Of course, companies have a lot of interest in those, and just people, I guess they like having a reason to be nice to each other. Or, well, in case of April Fools, not necessarily as nice. Although, good pranks are fun. I like good pranks. The issue with a lot of pranks is just kind of that it's the case of Schrödinger's douchebag, so to speak. So where, well, you can say anything, do anything, and just say, haha, just a joke. That's not how it works, that's silly. Actually, unfortunately, that's not silly, that's just rude. By the way, completely different topic, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question. Last December, where I did my last Secret of Mana marathon, I Give me a second, I need to check something real quick. Alright, that's kind of strange. Last December, when I did my last Secret of Mana marathon, what I ended up doing is I had certain milestones. Some of those milestones were when I did... what was it? For example, I did read a short story by Isaac Asimov, and I think that was actually a really nice one. I like that short story a lot. There were also other things like read a bedtime story for the stream, stuff like that. So, are there particular things that you would like to see me reading or doing on stream for that matter for, let's say, such stretch goals? Once again, April 2nd is going to be the next Secret of Mana marathon, and it is going to be money oriented because, well, I do have to get some at some point, unfortunately, a bit more than I usually earn. But I like to keep those things confined to individual streams and not mention it on others, so I'll keep that short. A nice excuse to get together with people you wouldn't normally see, indeed. How are they doing on HP? I think NK2 is about at 3000 at this point. I didn't keep track. As I said in the chat room, some people need to just kind of get reminded of other people's existence because they have their heads full of other things. And other people's existence can be your parents, it can be your grandparents, it can be some cousins that you used to do a lot of things with, but you just, well, they don't hang out with them anymore because you have your own life, it is full of stuff that you need to care about. It's not a bad thing to get reminded to think of people that you don't necessarily think every day. Maybe you have a school friend that, well, you used to do a lot of things with as well, and nowadays you both just have your own lives and don't necessarily have the time or energy to do a lot of things anymore. But maybe just on that one day, you take your time and actually go and do certain things just for, well, doing it. Why not? Essentially, for me, who has a really terrible memory about pretty much everything, it is kind of nice to get reminded of certain things once in a while, because it's not that I don't necessarily care about, it's just I don't remember them just on my own volition. So those events can be really nice about it. And greetings, Borum. Thank you, I appreciate that, and welcome. Don't forget your pickaxe this time, yep. Actually, I shouldn't sell my pickaxe this time, that would be great. Yeah, there are lots of useless celebrations. You just need to only celebrate those that you actually feel like have any value for your personality. Personally. So just ignore the rest. If you don't care about those, that's okay. I personally, let's put it this way, I don't care about my birthday. It's just whatever. However, my birthday means a lot to my mother and my father because, well, that's when I entered their life. They do care about me, and thus, well, as I said, they do actually care about my birthday a lot more than I care about it. So, in a sense, essentially anything I would do on my birthday is just because for them instead of for me, so I'm okay with that. My memory was pretty accurate. My memory is accurate enough if I do things about 500 times or so. Maybe not 500, 50. Also, if you just kind of go through the story and again, you tend to get reminded of those pretty frequently, so that helps. No, Jannishatum, you don't require them, but do you require your mother and father at this point in your life? And yes, if you don't care about them to that level anymore, there's no reason to hang out with them. But if there is someone you normally want to care about, then you have a good day, because you usually don't have enough time to hang out with them. I mean, only because you know someone or you did something with them at some point in your life doesn't mean you necessarily need to worry about their existence. Or just kind of them being there. I agree with you on that point. My bad memory? Yeah, I did make quite a few blunders there. That was kind of questionable. You think the person that cares most about your birthday is your mom as well? Yeah, I see. I mean, I literally forgot about my birthday at some points where I was just kind of, oh, a message from my mother, I wonder what she wants. And it was just kind of, oh yeah, that was today. Or when I went to work and they just kind of put something onto my desk, just kind of as a birthday gift, and I was, what is going on? That took me basically a few minutes to realize, oh yeah, that's okay. That was an example, Jannishatum. That's okay. Let's say a childhood friend that you had, and you wanted to do a lot of things with, or a friend that you hanged out with, and you're still interested in them as people. I know a lot of people don't necessarily care about other people on a separate level, because that's just not within their mindset to care about others that they don't do anything with or have any association with. That is the same for me, by the way. But I can accept that there are people that, well, they do care like that. And they do want to have a good reason to get reminded. Essentially, from what I read of this Jannishatum, we are pretty much the same in that respect. But there are people other than us that feel differently. And that's okay. And yes, scan is still a white mage spell. Yes, haste is time magic. I'm actually more for I'm a secretly white mage. Is there a reason why I couldn't be both? Whoa. Sigmar Gothos just subscribed, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. And welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. 2.5 hours commute to uni. No thanks. 2.5 hours is a long time. I think up to an hour is reasonable, maybe 1.5 if you have the opportunity to do stuff during your commute, like sitting in a train learning stuff or just working on things. But other than that, that seems a bit excessive. One way, 2.5 hours. That is really extreme. Holy smokes. Uni is in an obscure place. That's unfortunate. The German city that the internet pretended doesn't exist. Is a city that doesn't exist on the internet? I know which city... No, I know there is one actually. But I forgot its name, that is... There we go, Bielefeld it is. Everything close to is 15 minutes on foot. It's like a quarter of the city. I see, that's actually kind of similar for me. No, that's not true. It's more like half an hour to the next train station if I don't take the bus. The bus is pretty regular here though, so that's nice. One and a half hours from work, but you're lucky to work from home most of the days. That's nice. That's actually really nice. It takes you 1.5 an hour to go to an actual city. Yeah, I know that. But an hour sounds reasonable to me for my standards. When I say city, by the way, I more like mean the middle of the city? I guess that doesn't make a lot of sense, because they just call it city around here. Guys, this could take a while. I just realized we haven't even put him under half HP yet, I dare to say. Thank you to that is. And we don't hit him particularly often either. Oh, take care, Profness. Almost used up all the 99 high potions. I'm actually kind of glad I stocked up on high potions, even though I had no idea what I would use them for. Also, I don't think there... Is there a subway around here? I think there kind of is. I would not even know where those go. Only Subways by me sell sandwiches, but that's pretty cool. Subway sandwiches are really good, actually. Oh, the sandwich. Wow. Don't be sorry. I do have some ingredients to make somewhat of a sandwich, with salami and butter and some garlic sauce and good bread. I'm pretty happy with that. Yay, sandwich. If only I had a good spot to farm elixirs, I probably could speed up this battle by a tremendous amount. But well, I don't. Soon I will have to use actually the healing stuff to heal, which probably will take a while. We're definitely level 1 now at this point, so that's how much damage we deal. Oh yeah, if anyone ever tries this again, I just suggest you equip as much defensive equipment as possible and just try to whack Enkidu into submission before he managed to kill you. Or they managed to kill you, and use an elixir once in a while. I do think that is a reasonable choice, considering that Gilgamesh literally missed about 50 spells in a row on me and ran out of magic. Is this the product of 55 hours? Yes, we are not even halfway through the second world yet. Actually, this is pretty much the halfway point of the second world. This is not in one sitting though, the 55 hours. This is multiple sittings. I have the rest highlighted and stuff like that. And, well, the pure little white mage just kind of doesn't do much damage. It's almost all downhill from here. Downhill means on Earth that it's basically going to get a lot easier. Up until now it was an uphill battle, as you like to say. And once you reach a certain point, it's all downhill, which means it will be going to be much faster. This is going to be the peak of our climb. Although the next portion is approximately on the same height for different reasons. So we'll see about that. And greetings, Dragon. How are you doing? How do you pronounce that, Janushatum? I may ask. I'm a Klasimov. I appreciate that sentiment. After the Atomos fight with all elixirs, you get more spells from more and can coast to Holy, at which point everything melts, pretty much. I will get more spells, including Berserk, and I will also gain access to certain enemies that drop rods, that if I break those rods, it will actually cast a Holy spell. And, well, I'm going to use that against the boss here. It's something like Vnef or Vnef. That pronunciation is a lot different than I expected it to be every time in Russian. It's kind of fascinating. Mies? Thank you for the explanation. I'm looking forward to an Enkidu instead, and I can just hold down the A button for much longer to attack Gilgamesh. I will miss Gilgamesh a lot less often, although he has more than double the HP. So will take a while. But I also have to heal a lot less because I don't have two enemies anymore dealing damage over and over. Food box. Yay. Oh, 2,500? Yeah, that sounds about right. I can check. If I find the scan spell. It was actually probably on the scan spell already, wasn't it? 1,400, actually a lot less than expected. Nice. 1,479 if I'm not mistaken. We're getting there, eventually indeed. Rump. I'm sorry, Agers. Every time the rabbi bites Agers. That's so rude. It's ridiculous. How do you even do that? Rump. You can throw in a few screens of what you're currently working on. Sure, I would be interested. Although, ladies and gentlemen, if you like interesting little adventure and puzzle games, there's a game called Pocket Kingdom that was developed by Jan Ryschatum. It's a nice little game. I liked it. Let me actually try to find something in my PC real quick. Completely unrelated. Well, actually, not completely, but unrelated to what I just said. I'm sorry, Chocobo Dragoon. Rabbit's still eating you. Good, great, that's amazing. No. Well, at least it likes that level, I guess. Knows a lot. You don't know. Oh, it also likes cactus. That's pretty awesome. Rumpy's best outcome? I'm not sure about that. Aw, I'm sorry, Chocobo Dragoon. On the earth too. Probably likes what you had for lunch. You still smell like your lunch, probably. Sorry about that. Soy sauce and ginger? Oh. I really should put my rump somewhere sometime, that I actually can find it. I tried to find a picture of the original rump, but I couldn't find it. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, there are those things called writing prompts. Do you know what a writing prompt is? Basically, at some point I discovered that there are those things called writing prompts, and quite a few of those stories that spring or stem from those writing prompts are actually quite fascinating. So if you have any good ones of those kinds of writing prompts, feel free to relay those to me. I would actually be interested in more of those short stories that are complete within themselves and also quite interesting. Gilgamesh's legs must hurt for standing like this for so long. I'm pretty sure he is kind of stiff in the way that he cannot even move differently or stand differently at this point if he tried. But on the other hand, Enkidu is kind of hanging in the air like that as well, which doesn't seem like a particularly comfortable pose either. Or maybe Enkidu is actually just a little guy, and the entire armor is more like a machine rather than anything else, and he's just kind of comfortably laying with his head sticking out there at the top, but he is such a little guy that he can actually lie, just kind of sleep almost in the armor. Who knows? The original ROM, yep. I actually have the original rump as an actual picture and doodle, but that doesn't help me showing it to you. Believe it or not, you don't actually eat 50 long tacos for lunch every day. That is a myth. Closer to 40. 2 hours into the Gilgamesh fight, 2 hours to go. Actually, it's more like, according to T-Hawk, it's more like 4 hours to go. Although, actually did manage to cut down the Biblos fight from his 4.5 hours, or actually from his 5 hours down to 4.5, or either way, I saved half an hour compared to him. So maybe we can actually push through this in less than 6.5 hours, which is how much it took him. The writing crops are too mature for this set. Yeah, fair enough, Mikkel. I would like to keep it, let's say, as a rule, family friendly. That's a good point. I didn't even mention that. But I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Old stream just fighting Gilgamesh. Yes, why do you think I haven't continued the White Mage challenge in a while? It's because I realized how long this would take. I just didn't have motivation to continue. Biblos was super lucky though. My Biblos? You brushed your cat. He drooled all over the place. Aww. Oh, I like to think that's nice. This isn't even the worst fight. You're thinking about something with the Berserker challenge. The most ridiculous fight for the Berserker challenge is basically Neo X-Death. It's theoretically possible to win, but I don't think a human has pulled it off so far without the use of tools. Fun fact, I did level up with emulator speed up a solo Berserker and went all the way to Neo X-Death with a solo Berserker. I leveled up to level 92 in the first world against grass turtles and zoos before I even tried to approach the sandworm. That took ages. I actually even made a TAS video input file just to do that, but towards the end the video input file was lagging so heavily that it eventually crashed the emulator, so I kind of lost that because it's currently corrupted. Maybe someone could recover it if you care for that, but it's nothing too special. But I did make a point of not using save states to actually kill the bosses. I literally only used in-game saves. You're here for the Sandworm? It's not 4 Berserkers, it's solo Berserker in that case. But yes, 4 Berserkers against Sandworm, that was quite spectacular as well. And yes, this fight is supposed to be about 6.5 hours. I hope that I can bring it through earlier, but we'll see about that. I think I have a pretty decent setup overall. The Rapide opens the food box lid and we must construct additional pylons. Wait, what? That's the way the cookie turns out to be a train. Oh, Carlobos was super lucky, B-Dragon. Also, my 4 Berserker Liquid Flame fight was ridiculously lucky. Like, I just wanted to show everybody, look guys, I need about 4 more levels in order to defeat Liquid Flame reliably. This is way too low level, and we just kind of killed it in the first try. Because I think it was Lena who ended up just kind of dodging and surviving everything for no good reason and killed it in the end. Yeah, I've never streamed any solo Berserker thingies. By the way, one thing, the PlayStation version calls Lena Rena, like with an R, Rena. I like that better than Lena. I feel like it's a nicer name. That's just literally what I think about it. Next up we will probably start using up all our cures, MP, and then start using the healing rod instead. PlayStation version also makes Ferris talk like a pirate constantly. Yep. I mean, on a baseline it makes sense, but it was really difficult to actually narrate that. This can be translated as both, so it's mostly choice, but I have seen Rena more often than Lena. Yes. Wait, you have seen it more often? Interesting. I mean, however, on Final Fantasy IV, the official SNES translation says it's Rydia. Like with an R, Rydia. But it makes more sense to me to write that with an L, Lydia, because I actually I have an acquaintance that is literally called Lydia, and that's how you write it. So I kind of assumed that is what the name is supposed to be. Can I scan it, Kido? I do have the ability to, yes. But I feel like you are also at the same time requesting for me to actually scan him, so I'll do that. Give me a second. I think here we are probably close to 1,000 now. 878, not too bad. Rydia sounds like a more mystical name compared to Lydia. I guess, yeah, that's fair. I just like to think that translators didn't necessarily know how to write that name. Hey Gentatsu, thank you for the hoster, I appreciate that. And also on that note, thank you to all the auto hosts. I really appreciate those too. Having fun? Yeah, actually, that's been a really nice conversation with the people around here. I enjoyed that. How are you doing, sir? Not specifically this to this game, but in general. I see. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard of Lena before the fan translation here. And yes, I think Gentatsu ran Secret of Evermore 100% in the speed gaming marathon. If I'm not mistaken. Hey Allbox, how are you doing? Indeed, it's all the White Mage. And also greetings to you, Lisa. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Comfy. I love that emote. Where is that from? Shadow Jackie. I know that name. Very comfy indeed, though. This is the first time you've seen this challenge. Well, I've done streams of this on and off once in a while. This is not a single sitting here. But, well, doing the White Mage as a solo challenge just kind of takes a little bit longer than most other characters. So there's that. The 5 minutes of this at the beginning due to an incredibly rare early hit. Oh, you had that too, Gentatsu? Yesterday I died to the first boss and lost 5 minutes straight off the bat in Tales of Fantasia. Three more healing potions. After those I will have to start using healing spells and then eventually the healing stuff. Oh yeah, this challenge, for anyone who is curious, just entails using a single solo character, in this case Ferris, with just a single solo, well, a single chop class, in this case the White Mage. And well, that just takes a while until we get anywhere, really. That's kind of how it turns out. Bor was not playing around, yeah. I mean, it didn't help that I accidentally got the glitch where I got teleported to the right side of the screen whenever Crest tried to return to his original position, because the little boar, or the piglet, actually escaped at the same time. That was really weird. I've never had it to that extent, and I didn't even point it out. You saw the clip? Oh. I mean, then later on we had some other blunders, which was kind of ridiculous. For example, I completely forgot to get the license to be able to go into the Mines of Moria. And then I even sold the pickaxe, which I needed in the Mines of Moria. Lycus Lecan subscribed for 6 rounds in a row. Thank you! Thank you so much, Lycus. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. How are you doing, sir? Good evening. Would you post a link so you know what to avoid? That sounds like a reasonable proposition. Last high potion. Why don't you race Ryu on Diablo anymore? Because currently my focus wasn't on Diablo 2. But considering that within the next 2 months I will need to, actually more like 1.5 months, I will need to get a lot better in Diablo 2 to be able to run it at RPG Limit Break. I will probably also do races with Ryu once in a while again. Since for the most part it was just, I didn't have enough time to fit everything into the schedule, so kind of Diablo 2 fell a bit by the wayside. But now that Tales of Fantasia is going to be mostly over, the last event is going to be next Saturday, where I'm going to have a little showcase for the Tales of speedrun, for the Tales of community for Tales of Fantasia. And that will be that. I will afterwards mostly just focus on Diablo 2 as a speedrun, and others are just going to be a bit side dishes, so to speak. I hope that answers the question, and I also really enjoyed those races, they are really sweet. Bit under the weather, but fine otherwise, I see. Hope you get well soon. And for me, I'm doing quite excellent, thank you. A sentient taco. I think you might want to school them a bit more in diplomacy, the tacos that is. 3-way race with Marine Uncapable, I would enjoy that. Although I think Ryu's and Uncapable's sleeping schedule are currently kind of opposite, so not sure how that works out. So once I kind of run low on HP again this time around, I'm going to use another scan to see whether Enkidu is going to be dead soon, just out of curiosity. In theory, it doesn't matter whether I know how much HP he has left or not. It's just curiosity. You look forward to watching that. Nice, I'm glad to hear that. So for reference, I will be focusing quite a bit on Diablo 2 in the next 2 months. It will not be only Diablo 2, but I need to get better at a speedrun, and also it's going to be a different category than usual. So up until recently, what I did most of the time was I just did hell hardcore races or individual runs, and that is pretty much the category I enjoyed the most doing that game, even though I literally only ever finished a single run. But what I will need to learn is how to finish Nightmare as quick as possible, and also figure out the commentary stuff or that kind of stuff, since I've never actually run Diablo 2 in a marathon style. And also Nightmare percent is not usually one of the main categories. However, I feel like it can turn out to be really interesting. My time limit will be approximately 4 hours, so I will need to see that I can keep that time limit. Obviously, the Sorceress is the one class or character that can reasonably well keep that time limit, but I think it's not as good of a marathon watch since she is teleporting around pretty much everywhere. I still want to do Breath of Fire and Rapid's crossover and IOG. Yes, IOG is going to be a 12-hour challenge and a few runs here once in a while. That's one of the projects. Breath of Fire Ripper on the crossover is my casual project, which is also just kind of on the side there. The main dish will be Diablo 2. As in, I think 3 open projects is reasonable, which by the way is one of the reasons why I'm probably going to be pushing a little bit to completing the White Mage solo challenge, since once we reach a certain point it shouldn't be too long anymore. As in, more specifically, after we defeat Atmos, it should likely not take too much longer to actually beat the game. With not too much longer, I mean like maybe a session or 2 afterwards. You're stoked for the solo marathon. Nice. Going to be awesome. Thank you, Godline. You see that Square Enix released Seiken Zetsu on Switch this summer? Yes, indeed. I'm not sure about English localization, but at least you could then also get it, since the Switch does not have region lock. So that's pretty awesome. Finally installed Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction again, although it struggled a lot to do it. Interesting. Did you download from the Battle.net plot, or did you have actual discs? Because downloading it from Battle.net is usually not too difficult, since I think they did update it reasonably well to fit. The most difficult portion, I dare to say, is trying to figure out how to get it run in Windows mode, but even that is not too difficult. Alrighty, let's see. How much do we have left, sir? 328. Alrighty, he's almost dead. And after that it's going to be a bit more straightforward, since I don't have to always move the cursor to the left to actually attack him. By the way, let's see, what did he say? Unless you get lucky, you might divert from T-Hawk's run a bit, though. Yes, I know, he did get a Reflect Ring on the first drop, but the drop chance is reasonably high. So I'm not too worried, although it does take quite a while to fight those guys. I'm going to go for the battle with the individual Wall Knight. That should be reasonably simple to do. As in, there is one encounter where there's just one Wall Knight. And I think I should be able to handle those guys within a reasonable amount of time, and just farming those individual ones is likely going to be my fastest bet. That is one thing. Also, there's other diversions, like T-Hawk played it on the Game Boy Advance version, which does have certain different aspects compared to the SNES version. So I'm not sure whether we are going to run into the exact same issues he has. For example, there was the fight with the second lobster boss, when you first get the airship, and T-Hawk just straight up used Confuse, and most of the time the lobster would cancel out his own attack, so it was an easy victory, since he could be ready to cast Confuse again when necessary. But I didn't have that luxury, and I just needed to get lucky that he would not attack me too quickly again. So it was a bit trickier. But I think that's the only big difference so far. .800 by 600 full screen looks horrible on 1080p, yet the default window is tiny. Yes, and what you can do, although box, is... what I did is I have it Windows mode, and then I double click the top of the window, which actually maximizes it to my desktop. It doesn't look as pretty, but it looks a lot better than trying to stretch it to my entire monitor. And it's still reasonably large, so I can see everything. There's a free ring not too far into World 3, yes, but I need it for the end of World 2. I don't think I need the wall ring after World 2 anymore. SD3 is confirmed in the collection indeed. You love the Greg boss battle. I assume this guy is called Greg. Also, I barely heal up enough to heal more than they'll deal damage. That's kind of ridiculous. Do I have to use elixirs? Because otherwise that healing could take ages. Actually, I don't even heal more, do I? I think I have to use elixirs to make any sort of progress. I thought I would heal for about 300, but it's much less now that I actually look at the number. Yeah, it's basically 50 bucks. Which is actually more expensive than each individual game on Virtual Console, if I'm not mistaken. Collection is not confirmed from the US, which means it's not guaranteed to be localized to English, but you can get the Japanese version since it's region free. I've taken a few Sonic Waves. Yes, I'm level 1. Well, I thought it was more than that. Maybe it is more than that if you equip the healing rod? No, it's the same. Alright, let's do it like this. I'm just going to use an elixir once I drop below 500 HP. I'll just need to grind out an elixir somewhere. You love how the shopping link is blocked but not the stream. Oops. I don't like using elixirs here, but otherwise this is going to take way longer. Although on the other hand, farming elixirs is also going to take ages, so that doesn't help us. Like I think T-Hawk man said it's like 20 minutes per elixirs. I hope there are some elixirs that I can find in chests around the world. I think he has 350 HP left. He used 91 elixirs on Atmos, yes, but he also outlined the strategy possibility to actually straight up attack Atmos instead of out-healing it. Which is what I wanted to go for with maxed elixirs. Please do not get distracted too much by the stream. Make sure you do your work at least a minimum, and then you can do other stuff. I would appreciate that. Your uni is blocking nothing. I mean, usually in universities it's up to you to want to learn and actually complete stuff, so I don't see why they would for the most part. You used to work around the school proxy for fun. Yeah, schools are a bit different, I guess. Also, once Enkidu is down, we should be able to more easily heal up instead of having to use stuff, since Gilgamesh doesn't do all that much damage, and he doesn't have Wind Slash like Enkidu has. So it was, after all, definitely a good idea to try and kill Enkidu first. I'm not even close to getting you fired. I'm glad. So I think it's 1 or 2 more hits on Enkidu, and then we finally only have Gilgamesh left over. I think when he started the first Gilgamesh attempt it was 4 hours ago, but we died a few times in between. Enkidu down! No, just Gilgamesh. He has about 8,800 HP left. I did hit him once or twice before, but this could take another while. Oh, thank you, Aegis. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. I really appreciate that. You can't even go to SDA if you work from Depleting Gaming, which, I mean, that's not entirely wrong, is it? One-hour meeting and you barely missed anything. Yep, he came back just in time to kill that. Thank you, though. Almost there, indeed. Feel free to nap for another 2 hours, all box. Don't worry, I don't think you're going to miss much. Also, apparently, Gilgamesh has a bit more armor. Yeah. Oh. You have to go to meeting, don't think they'll let you protect the stream for the crew. Oh. Alrighty, take care, Rachels. And good luck with the meeting. I think we can beat Gilgamesh with high potions or healing stuff. I used up all high potions, all 99 of them. Actually, I did have less than that because I used them to heal before the fight, which in hindsight was a mistake. Should have used magic to heal before the fight. But on the bright side, I don't have to move the cursor over to Enkidu anymore, I can just hold the A button. Plus, Gilgamesh dodges far less. He just has a bit more armor. And yes, I think that's what I'm going to be planning on doing. Once I drop below 1000 HP, I'm just going to hold the A button on Cure 2 spells instead. Since instead of using the healing stuff, I use Cure 2 spells. It's the exact same healing amount. Just with the difference that I can hold the A button instead of having to move the cursor over to Ferris to attack myself with the healing stuff. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to note the time as to when I will start healing from about 1000 HP left, and then start attacking at the end, and then start and stop the timer more or less. Not stop the timer, but check the timer once I hit that final end. When I'm back out at 1000 HP. So then I can approximately tell how much damage that was. I deal in a specific amount of time. So how much HP does Gilgamesh have? Let me actually write those things down, because why not? I might as well. Oh, alrighty, we have... Don't use armor on him, that would be rude. Wow. Scan. So he has 8,398 HP. The time we start healing up is 56, 30, 44. Alrighty. 56, 30, 44. Alrighty, I'm going to hold down the button here with something, and I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, so be right back, guys. Pretty sure this should be more than enough healing. Alrighty, I'm back. So, greetings Iron84. Indeed, we did make some progress. And yes, Gilgamesh does not run away in this fight here. He runs away in a different one. I probably could have used this opportunity. Actually can likely still use this opportunity to read a story or something like that. If anyone is interested in me reading a short story or something like that, let's say takes maybe half an hour to read out loud, and you would like me to read it, feel free to suggest something. As a general rule, something that is preferably let's say family friendly. That is a rule of thumb. It's kind of mostly about language. Also, it should be preferably interesting. I don't think an entire solo character challenge from Solar.com or something like that would fit in though. Hey Don Mathison, good evening, how are you doing? Versus me of 50 Shades of Grey? Yeah, that will probably fall under the category of I don't think so. I actually don't even know anything about that, it's just kind of the internet's general opinion that I'm aware of. also managed to find my water bottle again, well that's a plus. Read Beowulf? Oh, I tried that. That's not the type of language that I can understand. That's way too old for me. The Epic of Gilgamesh, I don't know about that one. Is that an actual thing? Also probably, likely a bit too long. How much do you have to care about active copyright if you read things out? Let's put it this way, it is actually a concern. That is a good point, don't you? It is a real concern, in the sense that it is literally me copying. Like, as if I were to copy a book or a story and distribute it to people. So it is kind of like, if it is copyrighted, I shouldn't do it. But on the other hand, a lot of short stories, people don't necessarily care about that. So it can be alright. I mean, even if you read it like to 4 or 5 people that are not necessarily just your family members, it is that indeed. You're good? Glad to hear that. Just back from work. Welcome home. And yes, to story time. Gilgamesh and Beowulf are in the public domain. It absolutely is. It is not terribly long. Huh. You just have to avoid like a specific author's annotation if you buy a style of version. Not quite Battle Raven, it's not quite like that. It works like that when you play a video game online, because you're just kind of... your work is essentially you playing the video game. It is like artistic freedom what you do with your playthrough. And that is alright. However, reading out the story, you just kind of more or less exactly copy what is written there, but you say it out loud instead of writing it down. So it's not quite the same. How much HP left? Once I fall to 1000 HP, I'm going to scan again, and then I can also give you a rough estimate on how much longer it's going to take. You would have to suggest Animal Farm, since I want to read it at some point, but I do think I've still some copyright on it. Also, it should be preferably a short story that we can read within a half an hour or so. How long is copyright? I don't know. You throw in your small stories and write sometimes just for fun, but they are in Russian, I don't remember it. They're stored on the hard drive. Oh, okay. You can also avoid copyright violations if you're using a piece as educational material. Interesting. Start reading your autobiography? How do you pronounce that? I don't think I have one. I think you would need to specifically write that yourself, wouldn't you? Or at least employ someone to do that? I'm not terribly good at writing stuff, outside of very odd instances where apparently I wrote really something good. Which, by the way, all of that stuff is not here. So that's not an option. At least thread wears off. It doesn't, actually. I'm still slowed. Or what do you mean with thread wears off? Read Man and Techniques by Oswald Spengler. Give us a lecture on your interpretation of a short story. I'm not good at interpreting stuff. Unless I spend a significant amount of time with the material, that is. Like, I can interpret various things that is story in video games. Like, recently I came up with the theory that the reason why Dao's number 2 in Tales of Fantasia has so little HP compared to their counterparts is because he realized that he couldn't beat Crescent in this party and just kind of played dead. So he actually had a lot more energy and life left. Rump. A Tale of Rabbite. Asimov is still copyrighted. I do not know. I did read Asimov's story on stream, but that was before I read up on those kinds of things. So I'm not sure I would want to read up on that. I don't know how old Isaac Asimov's stories are, but I think they might be public domain. Someone may want to look that up though. Did I not save? Or is this still half speed? Looked like it was back to normal. No, yeah, this is... I'm still slowed down heavily. My ATB, how speed works in this. By the way, for anyone who does not know, I'm pretty sure you do know Cactus, your ATB bar starts at a specific point rather than the bar filling up quicker or slower. And I think my ATB bar usually starts at somewhere around the middle, but it's now basically just kind of off screen for about a second or two. I did not save. I did not save at the beginning, yes. Read Germania by Tacitus. Time to test portals. Portals won't test themselves. Pretty much sure portals won't work in best case. Our game will crash in worst case. Good luck. Some of Alice in Wonderland would be good. That's public domain now. Interesting. Is there a short story about Alice in Wonderland, or a small piece or excerpt that doesn't take too long to read? George Orwell Animal Farm. That Gutenberg link is public domain from what I can see. The length, it's the time frame, does it? It has 10 chapters though. I think I'm not actually quite that quick in reading, unless the chapters are really small. Yeah. Actually, one of those chapters would be kind of what I'm looking for on the Earth. Chapter 7 of Alice in Wonderland, The Mad Hatter's Tea Party. It's short. Let's look it up. Chapter 7, Alice. We maybe have a link. That would be interesting. Alice in Wonderland.net. Alrighty, let's do this as soon as we fall below 1000 HP and I note the numbers. I can probably just read that. That sounds like a good plan. Thank you for the suggestion. Alrighty, we are below 10,000 HP. 1000 HP. And we also have 5647, so that was 47, that was about 16.5 minutes. There's 16.5 minutes. And we did 10,466, that is... Let's see... 2... 3... 9 minus 1... 0. We dealt 932 damage, so that's not quite 1000 damage in 16 minutes. So about 900 damage per 16 minutes, and someone want to calculate the rest, feel free to. So actually this will take a lot longer than I anticipated. Alright, let's see. Literature. That is a really difficult word. How do you pronounce that? Literature project. That is a really easy word in German, Literatur, but how do you pronounce that properly in English? Literature? I can barely pronounce that. About 2 more hours, wow. Timer still paused. Oh shoot, I did not mean to pause the timer in the first place. Oopsie. How did that pause the timer? That's silly. A bit over 2 hours. Literature? Literature? I think that should work. Thank you, Tingleman. Literature. That is such a difficult word. Alrighty. Let's read chapter 7. From Alice in Wonderland, A Mad Tea Party. Let me actually read into that real quick a little bit. Alrighty, a mad tea party. There was a table set out under a tree in front of a house, and the March Hare and the Hatter were having tea at it. A dormouse was sitting between them, fast asleep, and the other two were using it as a cushion, resting their elbows on it, and talking over its head. Very uncomfortable for the dormouse, thought Alice. Only as it sleeps, I suppose, it doesn't mind. The table was a large one, but the three were all crowded together at one corner of it. No room, they cried out when they saw Alice coming. There's plenty of room, said Alice indignantly, and she sat down in a large armchair at one end of the table. Have some wine, the March Hare said, in an encouraging tone. Alice looked all around the table, but there was nothing on it but tea. I don't see any wine, she remarked. There isn't any, said the March Hare. Then it wasn't very civil of you to offer it, said Alice angrily. It wasn't very civil of you to sit down without being invited, said the March Hare. I didn't know it was your table, said Alice. It's late for a great many more than 3. Your hair wants cutting, said the Hatter. He had been looking at Alice for some time with great curiosity, and this was his first speech. Give me a second. You should learn not to make such personal remarks, Alice said with some severity. It's very rude. The Hatter opened his eyes very wide on hearing this, but all he said was, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" Come on, we shall have some fun now, thought Alice. I'm glad they've begun asking riddles. I believe I can guess that, she added aloud. You mean you think you can find out the answer to it? Said the March Hare. Exactly so, said Alice. Then you should say what you mean, the March Hare went on. I do, Alice hastily replied. At least I mean what I say. That's the same thing, you know? Not the same thing a bit, said the Hatter. You might just as well say that I see what I eat is the same thing as I eat what I see. You might as well say, added the March Hare, that I like what I get is the same thing I get what I like. You might as well just say, added the Dormouse, who seemed to be talking in his sleep, that I breathe when I sleep is the same thing as I sleep when I breathe. It is the same thing with you, said the Hatter. Oh, it is the same thing with you, said the Hatter, and here the conversation dropped, and the party sat silent for a minute. While Alice thought over all she could remember about ravens and writing desk, which wasn't much. The Hatter was the first to break the silence. What day of the month is it? He said, turning to Alice. He had taken his watch out of his pocket and was looking at it uneasily, shaking it every now and then and holding it to his ear. Alice considered a little while, then said, the 4th. 2 days wrong, sighed the Hatter. I told you butter wouldn't suit the works. He added, looking angrily at the March Hare. It was the best butter, the March Hare meekly replied. Yes, but some crumbs must have got in as well, the Hatter grumbled. You shouldn't have put in with the bread knife. The March Hare took the watch and looked at it gloomily. Then he dipped it into his cup of tea and looked at it again, but he could think of nothing better to say than his first remark. It was the best butter, you know. Alice had been looking over his shoulder with curiosity. What a funny watch, she remarked. It tells the day of the month and doesn't tell what o'clock it is. Why should it? Muttered the Hatter. Does your watch tell what year it is? Of course not, Alice replied very readily. But that's because it stays the same for the same year for such a long time together. Which is just the case with mine, said the Hatter. Alice felt dreadfully puzzled. The Hatter's remark seemed to have no sort of meaning in it, and yet it was certainly English. I don't quite understand you, she said, as politely as she could. The Dormouse is asleep again, said the Hatter, and he poured a little hot tea upon his nose. The Dormouse shook its head impatiently and said, without opening its eyes, of course, just what I was going to remark myself. Have you guessed the riddle yet? The Hatter said, turning to Alice again. No, I give up, Alice replied. What's the answer? I haven't the slightest idea, said the Hatter. Nor do I, said the March Hare. Alice sighed wearily. I think you might do something better with the same time, she said, than waste it in asking riddles that have no answers. If you knew time as well as I do, said the Hatter, you wouldn't talk about wasting it. It's hin. I don't know what you mean, said Alice. Of course you don't, the Hatter said, tossing his head contemptuously. I dare say you never even spoke to Time. Perhaps not, Alice cautiously replied, but I know I have to beat Time when I learn music. Ah, that accounts for it, said the Hatter. He won't stand beating. Now, if you only kept on good terms with him, he'd do almost anything you'd like with the clock. For instance, suppose it were 9 o'clock in the morning, just time to begin lessons. You'd only have to whisper a hint to Time, and round goes the clock in a twinkling. 1:30, time for dinner. I only wish it was, the March Hare said to itself in a whisper. That would be grand, certainly, said Alice thoughtfully, but then I shouldn't be hungry for it, you know? Not at first, perhaps, said the Hatter, but you could keep it in 1:30 as long as you liked. Is that the way you manage it? Alice asked. The Hatter shook his head mournfully. Not I, he replied. We quarreled last March, just before he went mad, you know, pointing with his teaspoon at the March Hare. It wasn't a great concert given by the Queen of Hearts. I had to sing. Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder what you're at. You know that song, perhaps? I've heard something like it, said Alice. It goes on, you know. The Hatter continued in his way. Up above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle. Here the dormouse shook itself and began singing in its sleep. Twinkle, 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 and went on so long as they had to pinch it to make it stop. Well, I'd hardly finished the first verse, said the Hatter, when the Queen jumped up and bawled out, He's murdering Time! Off with his head! How dreadfully savage, exclaimed Alice. And ever since then, the Hatter went on in a more mournful tone, he won't do a thing I ask. It's always 6 o'clock now. A bright idea came into Alice's head. Is that the reason so many tea things are put out here? She asked. Yes, that's it, said the Hatter with a sigh. It's always tea time, and we've no time to wash the things between whiles. Then you keep moving round, I suppose, said Alice. Exactly so, said the Hatter. It's the things get used up. But what happens when you come to the beginning again? Alice ventured to ask. Suppose we change the subject, the March Hare interrupted, yawning. I'm getting tired of this. I want the young lady tells us a story. I'm afraid I don't know one, said Alice, rather alarmed at the proposal. Then the dormouse shall... then the dormouse shall. They both cried, Wake up, Dormouse! And they pinched it on both sides at once. The Dormouse slowly opened his eyes. I wasn't asleep, he said in a hoarse, feeble voice. I heard every word you fellows were saying. Tell us a story, said the March Hare. Yes, please do, pleaded Alice. And be quick about it, added the Hatter, or you'll be asleep again before it's done. Once upon a time, there was the 3 little sisters. The Dormouse began in a great hurry, and their names were Elsie, Lacie, and Tilly, and they lived at the bottom of a well. What did they live on? Said Alice, who always took great interest in questions of eating and drinking. They lived on a treacle, said the Dormouse after thinking a minute or two. They couldn't have done that, you know, Alice gently remarked. They'd have been ill. So they were, said the Dormouse, very ill. Alice tried to fancy to herself that such an extraordinary ways of living would be like, but it puzzled her too much, so she went on. But why did they live at the bottom of a well? Take some more tea, the March Hare said to Alice very earnestly. I've had nothing yet, Alice replied in an offended tone, so I can't take more. You mean you can't take less, said the Hatter. It's very easy to take more than nothing. Nobody asked your opinion, said Alice. Who is making personal remarks now? The Hatter asked triumphantly. Alice did not quite know what to say to this, so she helped herself to some tea and bread and butter, and then turned to the Dormouse and repeated her question. Why did they live at the bottom of a well? The Dormouse again took a minute or two to think about it, and then said, "It was a treacle well." Treacle? I'm not sure. "There's no such thing," Alice was beginning very angry, but the Hatter and the March Hare went shh, and the Dormouse sulkily remarked, "If you can't be civil, you'd better finish the story for yourself." "No, please do go on," Alice said very humbly. "I won't interrupt again. I dare say there may be one." "One indeed," said the Dormouse indignantly. However, he consented to go on. "And these three little sisters, they were learning to draw. You know, what did they draw?" said Alice, quite forgetting her promise. "Treacle," said the Dormouse without considering it at all this time. "I want to clean up," interrupted the Hatter. "Let's move on, place on." He moved on as he spoke, and the Dormouse followed him. The March Hare moved on to the Dormouse place, and Alice rather unwillingly took the place of the March Hare. The Hatter was the only one who got any advantage from the change, and Alice was a good deal worse off than before, as the March Hare just upset the milk jug into his plate. Alice did not wish to offend the Dormouse again, so she began very cautiously. "But I don't understand. Where did they draw the treacle from?" "You can draw water out of a water well," said the Hatter, "so I should think you could draw treacle out of a treacle well. Stupid?" "But they were in the well," Alice said to the Dormouse, not choosing to notice this last remark. "Of course they were," said the Dormouse. "Well, in." This answer so confused poor Alice that she let the Dormouse go on for some time without interrupting it. "They learned to draw," the Dormouse went on, yawning and rubbing its eyes, for it was getting very sleepy. "And they drew all the manner of things, everything that begins with an M." "Why with an M?" said Alice. "Why not?" said the March Hare. Alice went silent. The Dormouse had closed its eyes by the time and was going to off into a doze, but on being pinched by the Hatter it woke up again, with a little shriek, and went on. "That begins with an M, such as mousetraps, and the moon, and memory, and muchness. You know, you say things are much of muchness. Did you ever see such a thing as a drawing of a muchness?" "Really, now you ask me," said Alice, very much confused. "I don't think—" "Then you shouldn't talk," said the Hatter. This piece of rudeness was more than Alice could bear. She got up in great disgust and walked off. The Dormouse fell asleep instantly, and neither of the others took the least notice of her going, though she looked back once or twice, half hoping that they would call after her. The last time she saw them, they were trying to put the Dormouse into the teapot. "At any rate, I'll never go there again," said Alice as she picked her way through the wood. "It's the stupidest tea party I ever was at in all my life." Just as she said this, she noticed that one of the trees had a door leading right into it. "That's very curious," she thought, "but everything curious is curious today. I think I may as well go in at once." And in she went. Once more she found herself in the long hall, and close to the little glass table. "Now I'll manage better this time," she said to herself, and began by taking the little golden key and unlocking the door that led into the garden. Then she went into the work nibbling at the mushroom. She kept a piece of it in her pocket, till she was about a foot high. Then she walked down a little passage, and then she found herself at last in the beautiful garden, among the bright flower beds and the cool fountains. That was chapter 7 of Alice in Wonderland. And welcome back, Profness. Did I miss anything in the chat? Greetings, Sankari. How are you doing? Welcome back, Profness. Greetings to you, Talbot. Hope you guys are doing well. What is a trickle, if I may ask? After a couple of hours, Gilgamesh did story time. I don't remember if Region is a time mage spell, Talbot. Treacle is molasses. Wait, hang on. Let me actually... I probably don't want to Google image that, do I? Huh. Oh. Still don't exactly know what it is, actually. Alrighty. It's either we start using the healing rod or I use elixirs. What is going to be faster? I'm not sure. It's going to be a lot easier if I don't use the healing rod. I'll use an elixir instead. I still think Yaga might have a good voice for reading Edgar Allan Poe. Which one was that? What did he write? Molasses is basically syrup. Like a geyser, but with lower flow rate. I don't even know what a geyser is. I have a bunch of elixirs, but I will need most of them for the next fight. As in, I literally will need at least, what did he say? 91 elixirs? And that does not necessarily account for me having lower HP than T-Hawk had. Because Ferris has lower basic HP in comparison. It's a sugar refinery byproduct. Interesting. Edgar Allan Poe was a Victorian horror story writer. That could be interesting. The Raven next. Do you have a link to where that goes, Dai? Also, did that guy write some short stories? Edgar Allan Poe or something like that? Molasses is a liquid left over from Kane's sugar refinement. Reports completely obliterate the rendering engine. Something's going very wrong here. Oh boy. Good luck with that, Gunnishatum. You boil cane syrup again and get more crystals and molasses. Oh. I have actually no idea how you get sugar out of those things. Boston molasses disaster. That does not sound pleasant. We could also read a Wikipedia article, actually. If you know one that is interesting. That would be an option. 11 dead, 50 hurt. Holy smokes, that's no good. Are poems of Poe suitable for Yaga stream? I mean, the thing is, when I say family friendly, I don't necessarily mean it should be for kids, for that matter. It's just way easier to express it that way. I just prefer that there are generally, let's say, a minimum amount of swear words. I don't say none, because they can be fitting and contextually fine. At least if it's in a story or something like that. If people want, I can record a GIF of the chaos. Interesting. Poems and poets. Did Edgar Allan Poe become a poet because his name already almost spells poet? The Raven. Huh. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Wait, that's a poem? Do I need to read that in a certain rhythm? That could be a bit difficult. You did a bad thing a couple of years ago. Edgar Allan Poe x Hatsune Miku. That sounds odd. Vincent Price answered my own question. Who was that the guy that the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo? He used to read a lot of Edgar Allan Poe. I've never heard that. I don't think there's any profanity in the Raven. Yeah, as I said, it's not necessarily supposed to be for kids, considering that theoretically, ladies and gentlemen, you're not supposed to actually watch Twitch unless you are officially an adult by Twitch rules. So if you are less than a certain amount of age old, just don't tell me. Now I'm thinking of Poe's pouty face with blue hair. Oh. Oh god. You vote yes to Poe? It's an easy one to read. It has kind of its own rhythm. You take no responsibility. Poe is a staple of the 11th and 12th grade literature classes in the USA. I did hear the name, as in I know of it, but I assume there are other authors for the German language that got precedence in our schools. Plus, there's actually no regular 11th and 12th grade around here. Isn't Twitch 13 plus in general? Something like that. I thought it was adult, but it might be just 13 plus. Either way. Yeah. We all read Poe in school here in the US. Poe is just gothic and dark. I mean, I like a interesting type of dark story once in a while. I'm not a fan of gore or anything like that, but only because it's dark doesn't mean it's bad or I automatically don't like it. Obliterating Rendering Engine 1L1. Whoa. This does look rather funky. It looks very funky, in fact. Oh boy. Good luck with that. So let me drink something real quick and read a bit about the Raven. I really like this music still, by the way. Poe might be a bit hard to read out loud for non-native speakers because it uses some old English words no one uses that often anymore. Yeah, I figured that could be a bit difficult for me. As in, I'm actually really no good at old-timey English or whatever you want to call that. In fact, I kind of actively dislike it in a lot of cases because it deters me from actually understanding what it says. Let me read a few paragraphs here, just kind of for myself for now. Casters can set their streams to 18 plus and it will do an additional. This channel is 18. Are you sure you want to enter? Ah. Well yeah, for a mature audience it says. You like Lovecraft? Lovecraft? You mean Lovecraft stories, but those are hard to read sometimes. It looks like what happens in Secret of Mana, like all the time. Maybe not all the time, but it seems to happen once in a while. There's a classic episode of The Simpsons where they enact the Raven. Interesting. Whoa, Monowatts just subscribed, thank you. Thank you, Monowatts, I appreciate that. And welcome. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you very much, sir. Alrighty, let me try this. No guarantee this is going to go anywhere. Actually, no, I'm going to continue reading this until I'm like below 500, as in for myself reading this, so I'm a bit prepared. And maybe that will help a little. So, for example, what does that word mean? Turquoise or surcease? It's basically on the second paragraph, the fourth line, the fourth word. The surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore. I see. Thank you very much, Monowatts. I appreciate that. By the way, I was just kind of confirming whether it was actually Lovecraft, because there might be just things that are written similarly, but are actually different things entirely. Yes, that one, Profness. You have literally only seen it in the Raven. Also, how do you pronounce that? Your grandma used to play the hell out of that game. Nice, that's awesome. Good memories. Something on the lines of respite or temporary break. Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. Oh. Not doing something. Let's see. Like Season This, but with sword in front of it. Interesting, fair enough. Thank you for the explanation. Yes, we are slowly plinking away at Gilgamesh HP outbox. If this was RuneScape 2007, her damage output would be pretty decent. Yeah, she was reduced to level 1. And we had to run them out of magic in order to even stand a chance. So that happened. Alrighty, let's actually try this. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gentle rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance to my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently, my soul grew stronger. I hesitated then no longer. "Sir," I said, or "Madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here." I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into the darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore?" This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber, turning all my soul within my burning, soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," I said, "surely that is not something at my window lattice. Let me see, then, what the threat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. This, the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and the stern decorum of the continents it wore, "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven thou," said I said this time, "art sure no craven, ghastly grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore, tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse too plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculpture bust above his chamber door, with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing farther than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, Other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broke my reply so aptly spoken. Doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster till his songs and one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, off never, nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy to smile, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and boston door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly gone, and ominous bird of yore, meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, with no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This, and more I sat divining with my head at ease reclining, on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore. It's a bit difficult to read those things straight up. Also, I'm pretty sure I really mess up the pronunciation. So feel free to correct me on pretty much everything, that's okay. That way, maybe next time if I ever read that again, I will be able to pronounce it better. Hopefully. Oh, there's actually more, hang on a second. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tuft floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels hath sent thee respite, respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff this kind of nepenthe, and forgot this lost Lenore. Quaff the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil. Whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted. On this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quaff the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within a distant Eden I shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels named Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named adore. Quaff the raven, nevermore. Be that word our sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked up starting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume, as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy break from my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quaff the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all that the seeming of demons that is dreaming. The lamplight over him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out the shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore. Let's see. They're actually over there at that place. Thank you. Give me a second, I probably missed a few up there. Solo light mage? Solo white mage indeed. I will have... Well, actually the farming of light stave is probably going to be a lot nicer Hellfire. Let's see. obeisance, formal gesture of respect. For example, a bow. Obeisance, obeisance. I'm not sure. Never more bored. So atmosphere is gonna be nightmare. Yep. Well, actually, I did prepare for the Atmos fight specifically. I didn't think this guy here would take so long. Mostly because I was... Yep, that's correct, Hellfire. Pronunciation not too bad. Alrighty. Can do better, I assume. Also definitely better, but it's not strictly rigidly cadence. I'm not sure what that means. The Panthy, drug/strings, agent of obliviation. Aiden is Aiden. Oh, I see. That is basically Pallas is Pallas, Athena, Roman goddess. I see. Welcome to Pope%. Early in the world, chamber is pronounced like chamber with a long A. Oh, chamber. I see, that makes more sense. You could read Call of Cthulhu. How long is that, Kirojiro? The free copyright, that's neat. Let me check that. Yeah. I think, I'm not sure, I might have time to read that, that could be interesting. Is that, by the way, is that one thing or is that more? As in, is that the entire thing already there? What are you linking, Kirojiro? As in, is that a complete thing, so to speak? On a Plutonian, as in cold, dark, deathly, akin to Pluto, evening. He marked Machiavelli's Prince for reading. I don't know that one. And cushion here, pronounced with a longer U, like the word push. Cushion? Like a cushion? Cushion or cushion? Good to know, thank you guys. How long till Holy? About 15 hours-ish? I'm not going to go all the way there today. I'm doing this in multiple sittings. Would very much like it to be Lenore, but it isn't, it's a Raven, and he died in the end, didn't he? I didn't entirely understand the story other than the dude just kind of laying in bed, hearing a scratching and yearning for the long, I guess his lost love. S and T sounds are a hissing, spitting, bitter tone, and O sounds are lonely, longing tone. Call of Cthulhu is sorta long, but still a short story. Fair. Until he dozes off and starts imagining angels and that the raven was actually a message from God or something else. They only said nevermore. Your link is the completed thing. We can try that. How much health does Gilgamesh have at this point? I can check. You had to memorize the whole thing in 4th grade. I hated memorizing stuff. Which is also one of the main reasons why I never was good in French. Because 5,920, so not even halfway there yet. So I guess we should have enough time for the Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. And you say that is public domain, right? Paul was not a happy man. It doesn't sound like it. Usually, Ryder's tone and stuff reflects on what he's going through at the moment, or his life for that matter. Same with painters and artists generally. Alexis. Beyond the general idea of the story, just watch this. Hang on. The Raven. Interesting. Thank you. We are on the ship after all. I think I like the idea of looking at the Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. I'm actually kind of curious about that work because you keep hearing about it and there seems to be mentions of it in general. How much mana do I have? Okay, that should be enough for one more thingy. Raven is a man who longs for his dead wife and imagines a raven taunting him about it. Ravens are a symbolic of death. Yes, pretty dark creatures apparently. Call of Cthulhu is the public domain. Alrighty. Let's see, that is pretty lengthy, considering that the font is relatively small and the size of the article, but it shouldn't be too much. Like, we should be through this in an hour, and I'm pretty sure this fight is going to last longer than that. Is that alright, guys? Yes, no, maybe? By the way, once in a while I do tend to slow down in whatever I'm reading, just because I need to check how much HP I have left over on Ferris, because I don't want to accidentally die. That would be kind of silly now. Alrighty. Oh, by the way, completely different question, guys. If some of you watched the speed gaming marathon for the SNES Superstars, which runs did you like the most? And which ones do you think is worth watching the VOD of? I did actually end up watching the Donkey Kong Country 2 blindfolded run. That was amazing. And I also really liked the Link to the Past double speed race. That was quite fascinating as well. The wiki source may have better formatting. Yeah, it's a bit larger, what's the word? Font, so that's a bit easier to see. Thank you. We have plenty of time during the boss fight. But yeah, maybe you want to have some discussion and stuff like that, that's okay too. Just checking. He'll come back in a few hours. In a few hours we should probably be past Gilgamesh, as in, I think, let's put it this way, he has about 4,500 HP left. That is roughly 5 times 16 minutes. So we should have this in less than 2 hours. Like 1 hour 40 or so. Didn't catch much beyond Tales of Fantasia. Alrighty. Oh well then, I would say let's get this started, because we might as well. Okay. The Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. Found among the papers of the late Francis Wayland Thurston of Boston. Of such great powers or beings there may be, conceivably, or a survival of hugely remote period when consciousness was manifested, perhaps in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity. Forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory, and called them gods, monsters, mythical beings, and all sorts of kinds. Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 1, or Part 1. The Horror in Clay. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. Voyage? The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but someday the piecing together of dissociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightful positions therein, and we shall either go mad from the revelation or free from the deadly light into the peace and safety of the new dark age. Theosophists have guessed at the awesome grandeur of the cosmic cycle wherein our world and human race form a transient incidents. They have hinted at strange survival in terms which would freeze the blood of, if not masked by a bland optimism. But it is not from them that there came the seeing a glimpse of forbidden aeons, which chills me when I think of it, and maddens me when I dream of it. The glimpse, like old red glimpses of truth, flashed out from an accidental piecing together of separated things. In this case, an old newspaper item and the notes of a dead professor. I hope no one else will accomplish this piecing out. Certainly, if I live, I shall never knowingly apply a link in so hideous a chain. I think that the professor, too, intended to keep silent regarding the part he knew, and that he would have destroyed his notes had not sudden death seized him. My knowledge of the thing began in the winter of 1926-27, with the death of my great-uncle, George Gammel Angel, Professor Emeritus of Semitic Languages in Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Professor Angel was widely known as an authority on ancient inscriptions and had infrequently been resorted to by the heads of prominent museums, so that his passing at the age of 92 may be recalled by many. Locally, interest was intensified by the obscurity of the cause of death. The professor had been stricken whilst returning from the Newport boat, falling suddenly, as witnesses said, after having been jostled by a nautical-looking negro who had come from one of the queer dark courts on the precipitous hillside which formed a shortcut from the waterfront to the deceased home in the William streets. Physicians were unable to find any visible disorder, but concluded after perplexed debate that some obscure lesion of the heart, induced by the brisk ascent of so steep a hill by so elderly a man, was responsible for the end. At the time, I saw no reason to dissent from this dictum, but laterly, I am inclined to wonder, and more than wonder. As my great-uncle's heir and executor, for he died a childless widower, I was expected to go over his papers with some thoroughness, and for that purpose moved his entire set of files and boxes to my quarters in Boston. Much of the material which I correlated will be later published by the American Archaeological Society, But there was one box which I found exceedingly puzzling, and which I felt much worse from showing to other eyes. It had been locked, and I did not find the key till it occurred to me to examine the personal ring which the professor carried always in his pocket. Then, indeed, I succeeded in opening it, but when I did, so seemed only to be confronted by a greater and more closely locked barrier. For what could be the meaning of the queer clay bas-relief and the disjointed jottings, ramblings and cuttings which I found? Had my uncle, in his latter years, become credulous of the most superficial impostures? I resolved to search out the eccentric sculpture responsible for this apparent disturbance of an old man's peace of mind. Greetings, Marcon. Doing quite excellent. Hope you're doing well too. The bas-relief was at a rough rectangle less than an inch thick and about 5 by 6 inches in area. Obviously a modern origin, its designs, however, were far from modern in atmosphere and suggestion. For although the witcheries of Cubism and Futurism are many and wild, they do not often reproduce that cryptic regularity which lurks in prehistoric writing. And writing of some kind the bulk of these designs seemed certainly to be, though my memory, despite much familiarity with the papers and collections of my uncle, failed in any way to identify this particular species or even hint at its remotest affiliations. Above these apparent hieroglyphics was a figure of evidently pictorial intent, though its impressionistic execution forbade a clear idea of its nature. It seemed to be a sort of monster, or symbol representing a monster, of a form which only deceased fancy could conceive. If I say that my somewhat extravagant imagination yielded a simultaneous picture of an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature, I shall not be unfaithful to the spirit of the thing. A pulpy, tentacled head surmounted a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings, but it was the general outline of the whole which made the most shockingly frightful. Behind the figure was a vague suggestion of a cyclopean architectural background. The writing accompanying this oddity was, aside from a stack of press cuttings, in Professor Angel's most recent hand, and made no pretension to literary style. What seemed to be the main document was headed Cthulhu Cult, in characters painstakingly printed to avoid the erroneous reading of a word so unheard of. This manuscript was divided into 2 sections, the first of which was headed 1925, Dream and Dream Work of H.A. Wilcox, 7 Thomas Street, Providence, R.I., and the second, Narrative of Inspector John R. Legras, 121 Bienville Street, New Orleans, LA, at 1908 AASMTG. I don't know what those means. Notes on same and Professor Webb's Act ACCT? The other manuscript papers were all brief notes, some of them accounts of the queer dreams of different persons, some of them citations from theosophical books and magazines, notably W. Scott Eliot's Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria, and the rest comments on long-surviving secret societies and hidden cults, with references to passages in such mythological and anthropological sorts, books as Fraser's Golden Bowl and Miss Murray's Witch Cult in Western Europe. The cuttings largely alluded to outre mental illness and outbreaks of group folly or mania in spring 1925. The first half of the principal manuscript told a very peculiar tale. It appears that on the 1st of March 1925, a thin, dark young man of neurotic and excited aspect had called upon Professor Angel, bearing the singular clay bas-relief, which was then exceedingly damp and fresh. His card bore the name of Henry Anthony Wilcox, and my uncle had recognized him as the youngest son of an excellent family slightly known to him, who had latterly been studying sculpture at the Rhode Island School of Design and living alone at the Fleur-de-Lis building near that institution. Wilcox was a precocious youth of known genius but great eccentricity, and had from childhood excited attention through the strange stories and odd dreams that he was in the habit of relating. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, but that staid folk of the ancient commercial city dismissed him as merely queer. Never mingling much with his kind, he had dropped gradually from social visibility, and was now known only to a small group of estates from other towns. Even the Providence Art Club, anxious to preserve its conservatism, had found him quite hopeless. On the occasion of the visit ran the professor's manuscript, the sculptor abruptly asked for the benefit of his host's archaeological knowledge in identifying the hieroglyphics on the bas-relief. He spoke in a dreamy, stilted manner which suggested pose and alienated sympathy, and my uncle showed some sharpness in replying, for the conspicuous freshness of the tablet implied kinship with anything but archaeology. Young Wilcox's rejoinder, which impressed my uncle enough to make him recall and record it verbatim, was of a fantastically poetic cast which must have typified his whole conversation, and which I have since found highly characteristic of him. He said, "It is new, indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities, and dreams are older than brooding Tyre, or the contemplative Sphinx, or garden-girdled Babylon." Let's see, where was I? It was then... Also greetings, welcome back, Dark Shadow. It was then that he began that rambling tale which suddenly played upon a sleeping memory and won the fevered interest of my uncle. There had been a slight earthquake tremor the night before, the most considerable felt in New England for some years, and Wilcox's imagination had been keenly affected. Upon retiring, he had had an unprecedented dream of great Cyclopean cities of Titan blocks and sky-flung monoliths, all dripping with green ooze and sinister with latent horror. Hieroglyphics had covered the walls and pillars, and from some undetermined point below had come a voice that was not a voice, a chaotic sensation which only fancy could transmute into a sound, but which he attempted to render by the almost unpronounceable jumble of letters, Chthurufthang. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. This verbal jumble was the key to the recollection which excited and disturbed Professor Angel. He questioned the sculptor with scientific minuteness, and studied with almost frantic intensity the bas-relief on which the youth had found himself working. Chilled and clad only in his nightclothes, when waking had stolen bewilderingly over him, my uncle blamed his old age. Wilcox afterwards said, for his slowness in recognizing both hieroglyphic and pictorial design. Many of his questions seemed highly out of place to his visitor, especially those which tried to connect the latter with strange cults or societies. And Wilcox could not understand the repeated promises of silence which he was offered in exchange for admission of membership in some widespread mystical or paganly religious body. But Professor Angel became convinced that the sculptor was indeed ignorant of any cult or system or cryptic lore. He besieged his visitor with demands for future reports of dreams. This bore regular fruit, for after the first interview, the manuscript records daily calls of the young man, during which he related startling fragments of nocturnal imagery whose burden was always some terrible cyclopean vista of dark and dripping stone, with a subterranean voice or intelligence shouting monotonously in enigmatical sense impacts uninscribable, safe as gibberish. The two sounds most frequently repeated are those rendered by the letters Cthulhu and Relay. On March 23rd, the manuscript continued. Wilcox failed to appear, and inquiries at his quarters revealed that he had been stricken with an obscure sort of fever and taken to the home of his family in Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, arousing several other artists in the building, and had manifested since then only alternations of unconsciousness and delirium. My uncle at once telephoned the family, and from that time forward kept close watch on the case. Calling often at the Thayer Street office at Dr. Toby, whom he learned to be in charge. The youth's febrile mind, apparently, was dwelling on strange things, and the doctor shuddered now and then when he spoke of them. They included not only a repetition of what he had formerly dreamed, but touched wildly on a gigantic thing, miles high, which walked or lumbered about. He had no time to fully describe this object, but occasionally frantic words, as repeated by Dr. Tovey, convinced the professor that it must be identical with the nameless monstrosity he had sought to depict in his dream sculpture. Reference to this object, the doctor added, was invariably a prelude to the young man's subsidence into lethargy. His temperature, oddly enough, was not greatly above normal, but the whole condition was otherwise such as to suggest true fever rather than mental disorder. On April 2nd, at about 3 p.m, every trace of Wilcox's malady suddenly ceased. He sat upright in bed, astonished to find himself at home, and completely ignorant of what had happened in dream or reality since the night of March 22nd. Pronounced well by his physician, he returned to his quarters in 3 days, but to Professor Angel he was no further assistance. All traces of strange dreaming had vanished with his recovery, and my uncle kept no record of his night thoughts after a week of pointless and irrelevant accounts of thoroughly usual visions. Here, the first part of the manuscript ended, but references to certain of the scattered notes gave me much material for thought. So much, in fact, that only the ingrained skepticism then forming my philosophy can account for my continued distrust of the artist. The notes in question were those descriptive of the dreams of various persons covering the same period as that in which young Wilcox had his strange visitations. My uncle, it seems, had quickly instituted a prodigiously far-flung body of inquirers amongst nearly all the friends whom he could question without impertinence, asking for nightly reports of their dreams, and at the dates of any notable visions from some time past. The reception of his request seems to have been varied, but he must, at the very least, have received some responses than any ordinary man could have handled without a secretary. This original correspondence was not preserved, but his notes formed a thorough and really significant digest. Average people in society and business, New England's traditional salt of the earth, gave an almost completely negative result. Those scattered cases of uneasy but formless nocturnal impressions appear here and there, always between the 23rd of March and the 2nd of April, the period of young Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were little more affected, though 4 cases of vague description suggest fugitive glimpses of strange landscapes, and in one case there is mentioned a dread of something abnormal. It was from the artists and poets that the pertinent answers came, and I know that panic would have broken loose had they been able to compare notes. As it was lacking their original letters, I half suggested the compiler of having asked leading questions, or of having edited the correspondence in corroboration of what he had lately resolved to see. That is why I continue to feel that Wilcox, somehow cognizant of the old data which my uncle had possessed, had been imposing on the veteran scientist. These responses from estates told a disturbing tale. From the 28th of February to the April 2nd, a large proportion of them had dreamed very bizarre things, the intensity of the dreams being immeasurably the stronger during the period of the sculpture's delirium. Over a fourth of those who reported anything reported scenes and half-sounds not unlike those which Wilcox had described. And some of the dreamers confessed acute fear of the gigantic nameless thing visible towards the last. One case, which the note describes with emphasis, was very sad. The subject, a young widely known architect with leanings towards theosophy and occultism, went violently insane on the date of young Wilcox's seizure, and expired several months later after incessant screamings to be saved from some escaped denizen of hell. Had my uncle referred to these cases by name instead of merely by number, I should have attempted some corroboration and personal investigation. But as it was, I succeeded in tracing down only a few. All of these, however, bore out the notes in full. I have often wondered if all the objects of the professor's questioning felt as puzzled as did this fraction. It is well that no explanation shall ever reach them. The press cuttings, as I have intimated, touched on cases of panic, mania, and eccentricity during the given period. Professor Angel must have employed a cutting bureau, for the number of extracts was tremendous, and the sources scattered throughout the globe. Here was a nocturnal suicide in London. There was a lone sleeper had leaped from a window after a shocking cry. Here, likewise, a rambling letter to the editor of a paper in South America, where a fanatic deduces a dire future from visions he has seen. A dispatch from California describes a theosophist colony as donning white robes en masse for some glorious fulfillment, which never arrives, whilst items from India speak guardedly of serious native unrest towards the end of March. Voodoo orgies multiply in Haiti, and African outposts report ominous mutterings. American officers in the Philippines find certain tribes bothersome about this time, and New York policemen are mobbed by hysterical Levantines on the night of 22nd to the 23rd of March. The west of Ireland, too, is full of wild rumour and legendary, and a fantastic painter named Arnois Bonnot hangs a blasphemous dream landscape in Paris Spring Saloon of 1926, and so numerous are the record troubles in an insane asylums that only a miracle can have stopped the medical fraternity from noting strange parallelisms and drawing mystified conclusions. A weird bunch of cuttings, all told, and I can at this stage scarcely envisage the callous rationalism with which I set them aside. But I was then convinced that young Wilcox had known of the oldest matters mentioned by the professor. That was the first chapter. Apparently there are more than that. That was about a quarter of what there is. I don't think we have quite that much time until Gilgamesh is defeated though. So this seems to not drag on, that would be kind of negative, but this seems to go on for a bit longer than I expected. Did I miss something? Aw. Thank you all. You swear every time you come by, you're fighting Gilgamesh, or part of me wants to believe you've been the same day for days. I mean, today I've been literally only on this fight, and half of the last time I streamed White Mage, that was the case as well. Good evening, Heidermilder, how are you doing? XKCD, which one is this? What? That's interesting. We'll get it. And greetings, Glowstick, how are you doing? And thank you, Heinemüller. Tales of Fantasia run yesterday was quite the train wreck, but interesting nonetheless. So is this some sort of experiment to see if you can read scary story and still have the most relaxing voice humanly possible? I don't think it's supposed to be an experiment, but I do kind of like interesting stories. And welcome back, Roy. Yes, this is still Gilgamesh. That is just kind of how long it takes. And news, sir, I didn't necessarily know there was a poem from Actually, people told me about the poem Gilgamesh, but I decided to just go with some of them. And, well, I was actually really interested in the H.P. Lovecraft Tale of Cthulhu, and it is kind of a short story. Let's see how long more this is going to take. How do you plan on beating Atmos? Well, with lots of patience. I have 95 elixirs currently. Mercurius. So that's the plan. I farmed elixirs before going to the second world. Unfortunately I had to use up some. So this will be interesting to somehow try and defeat Atmos. The idea is to run him out of magic, quite simply. Reflectoring doesn't work on Atmos. Meteor goes straight through Reflect. You're doing fine, glad to hear that. You're doing fine, excellent. Glad to hear that, guys. The pickaxe incident was hilarious. Yeah. The pickaxe incident was just kind of, oh yeah, and if you didn't know that you need the pickaxe, or you accidentally sold it, you would have a bad time, yeah. That was so weirdly timed. I never even mentioned that you need a pickaxe down there too, and you shouldn't have sold it or still need it. That was literally the first time I even mentioned that in my commentary, and it was just kind of such perfect timing. With patience. With patience indeed. Alrighty, let's see. How much HP do you have left over, Mr. Gilgamesh? $2,820, so, well, we are well on our way to kill him. Still about 45 to 50 more minutes. I'm going to use another elixir for this. This is going to be the last one I'm going to be using. Alrighty, opinions, should I continue reading the Lovecraft thing? Interesting, yes, no, maybe. It took me a while to take note as to how to read that thing. Also, I'm not sure I will be able to go through this entirely until we defeat Gilgamesh. Elaine Spencer is now hosting you for a bunch of viewers. Thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening and welcome everybody. Hope you're having a lovely evening, afternoon, morning so far. Hey Metal Bear, greetings to you. How are you doing? And thank you for the host I have, Lenny. Appreciate that. Yeah, good evening, Elaine Spencer. Thank you for the host. Hope you're doing well. So let's see. I would say I'm just going to... We like to call it morning, afternoon, evening. So everything. Good. Unless you're living in Japan, I wish you a good 21st of March 2017. Actually, I wish you a good 2017. I think that should cover it mostly. I don't think there are people that are quite far further ahead or further behind than 2017. Cthulhu Thang. You're fine, I finished work and you're home now. Welcome back. No, we didn't finish Final Fantasy V yet. This is still the Solo White Mage challenge. That just kind of goes on and on and on and on. That's how it is. This single fight here will probably take us on the order of about 6 hours. Apologies to anyone currently traveling at relativistic speeds. You miss Minifish, Goluf. Minifish? Oh, Mini. Goluf. You're watching from the secret space station orbiting from the far side of the sun where the Earth currently is. So the question is, how would that message reach me in time while you're writing this? Unless the message travels back in time, that would be kind of difficult. How many hours did you miss from the 6 hours? Let's put it this way, the stream is running since almost 6 hours from now. I guess we've been at this specific attempt since about 4.5 to 5 hours. Something like that. Alrighty, I would say let's continue with the... You like watching two tanks fight each other. The thing is, the other tank over there does not have enough resources to kill me eventually, so I think he just went AFK and holds down the A button now on his abilities. Alrighty, let's continue with part 2 of H.P. Lovecraft's Cthulhu. Part number 2, The Tale of Inspector Legas. The older matters which had made the sculpture's dream and Basri so significant to my uncle formed the subject of my second half of his long manuscript. Once before, it appears, Professor Angel had seen the hellish outlines of the nameless monstrosity, puzzled over the unknown hieroglyphics, and heard the ominous syllables which can be rendered only as Cthulhu, and all this in so stirring and horrible a connection that it is a small wonder he pursued young Wilcox with queries and demands for data. This earlier experience had come in 1908, 17 years before, when the American Archaeological Society held its annual meeting in St. Louis. Professor Angel, as befitted one of the authority and attainments, had the prominent part in all the deliberations and was one of the first to be approached by the several outsiders who took advantage of the convocations to offer questions for correct answering and problems for expert solution. The chief of these outsiders, and in a short time the focus of interest for the entire meeting, was a commonplace-looking, middle-aged man who had traveled all the way from New Orleans for certain special information unobtainable from any local source. His name was John Raymond Legas, and he was by profession an inspector of police. With him, he bore the subject of his visit, a grotesque, repulsive and apparently very ancient stone statuette whose origin he was at a loss to determine. It must not be fancied that the Inspector Legas had the least interest in archaeology. On the contrary, his wish for enlightenment was prompted by the purely professional considerations. The statuette, idol, fetish, or whatever it was, had been captured some months before in the wooden swamps south of New Orleans during a raid on a supposed voodoo meeting, and so singular and hideous were the rites connected with it that the police could not but realize that they had stumbled on a dark cult totally unknown to them, and infinitely more diabolic than even the blackest of the African voodoo circles. Of its origin, apart from the erratic and unbelievable tales extorted from the captured members, absolutely nothing was to be discovered. Hence, the anxiety of the police for any antiquarian lore which might help the place the frightful symbol, and through it track down the cult of its fountainhead. Inspector Legas was scarcely prepared for the sensation which his offering created. One side of the thing had been enough to throw the assembled men of science into a state of tense excitement, and they lost no time in crowding around him to gaze at the diminutive figure whose utter strangeness and air generally abysmal antiquity hinted so potentially at unopened and archaic vistas. No recognized school of sculpture had animated this terrible object, yet centuries and even thousands of years seemed recorded on its dim and greenish surface of unplaceable stone. The figure, which was finally passed slowly from the man to man for close and careful study, was between 7 and 8 inches in height, and of exquisite artistic workmanship. It represented a monster of vaguely anthropoid outline, but with an octopus-like head, whose face was a mess of feelers, a scaly, rubbery-looking body, prodigious claws and hind and forefeet, and long, narrow wings behind. This thing, which seemed instinct with a fearsome and unnatural malignancy, was of a somewhat bloated corpulence, and squatted evilly on a rectangular block or pedestal carved with undecipherable characters. The tips of the wings touched the back edge of the block, and the seat occupied the center, whilst the long, curved claws of the doubled up, crouching hind legs grabbed the front edge and extended off a quarter of the way downwards the bottom of the pedestal. The cephalopod head was bent forward, so that the ends of the facial feelers brushed the back of huge forepaws, which clasped the croucher's elevated knees. The aspect of the whole was abnormally lifelike, and the more subtly fearful because its source was so totally unknown. Its vast, awesome and incalculable age was unmistakable, yet no one link did show it with any known type of art belonging to civilization's youth, or indeed to any other time. Am I far from getting holy? Yeah, kinda. Oh shoot. I accidentally used the wrong spell there. Totally separate and apart, its very material was a mystery for the soapy greenish-black stone with its golden or iridescent flecks and striations, and resembled nothing familiar to geology or mineralogy. The characters along the base were equally baffling. and no member present, despite a representation of half the world's expert learning in this field, could form the least notion of even their remotest linguistic kinship. They, like the subject and material, belong to something horribly remote and distinct from mankind as we know it. Something frightfully suggestive of old and unhallowed cycles of life in which our world and our conceptions have no part. And yet, as the members severally shook their heads and confessed defeat at the inspector's problem, there was one man in the gathering who suspected a touch of bizarre familiarity in the monster's shape and writing, and who presently told with the diffidence of the odd trifle he knew. This person was the late William Channing Webb, professor of anthropology in Princeton University, and an explorer of no slight note. Professor Webb had been engaged 48 years before in a tour of Greenland and Iceland in search of some runic inscriptions which he failed to unearth, and whilst high up on the West Greenland coast, he had encountered a singular tribe or cult of degenerate Eskimos whose religion, a curious form of devil worship, chilled him with its deliberate bloodthirstiness and repulsiveness. It was a faith of which other Eskimos knew little, and which they mentioned only with shudders, saying that it had come down from horribly ancient eons before ever the world was made. Besides nameless rites and human sacrifices, there were certain queer hereditary rituals addressed to a supreme elder devil or Tornasuk, and this Professor Webb had taken a careful phonetic copy from an aged Angekok or wizard priest, expressing the sounds in Roman letters as best he knew how. But just now, of prime significance was the fetish which this cult had cherished, and around which they danced when the aurora leaped high over the ice cliffs. It was, the professor stated, a very crude bas-relief of stone, comprising a hideous picture and some cryptic writing, and as far as he could tell, it was a rough parallel in all essential features of the bestial thing now lying before the meeting. These data, receiving the suspense and astonishment by the assembled members, proved doubly exciting to the Inspector Glass, and he began at once to ply his information with questions. Having noted and copied an oral ritual amongst the swamp cult worshippers his men had arrested, he besought the professor to remember as best as he might the syllables taken down amongst the diabolist Eskimos. That's quite an interesting description there. There then followed an exhaustive comparison of details and a moment of really awed silence when both detective and scientist agreed on virtually identity of the phrase common to the two hellish rituals so many worlds of distance apart. What, in substance, both the Eskimo wizards and the Louisiana swamp priest had chanted to their kindred idols was something very like this, the word divisions being guessed at from traditional breaks in the phrase as chanted aloud. I cannot read that properly. Flungli Munglvlath Cthulhu Relie Vgan Gnat. Legras had at one point in advance of Professor Webb, for several among his mongrel prisoners had repeated to him what elder celebrants had told them the words meant. This text, as given, ran something like this. In this house at Rillier, that Cthulhu waits dreaming. And now, in response to a general and urgent demand, Inspector Legras related as fully as possible in his experience with the swamp worshippers, telling a story to which I could see my uncle attached profound significance. It savoured of the wildest dreams of mythmaker and theosophist, and disclosed an astonishing degree of cosmic imagination among such half-castes and pariahs as might be least expected to possess it. On the 1st of November 1907, there had come to New Orleans police a frantic summons from the swamp and lagoon country to the south. The squatters there, mostly primitive but good-natured descendants of Lafitte's men, were in the grip of dark terror from an unknown thing which had stolen upon them in the night. It was voodoo, apparently, but voodoo of a more terrible sort than they had ever known. And some of their women and children had disappeared since the malevolent tom-tom had begun its incessant beating far within the black-haunted woods, where no dweller ventured. There were insane shouts and harrowing screams, soul-chilling chants and dancing devil flames. And, the frightened messenger added, the people could not stand it no more. So, a body of 20 police, filling 2 carriages and an automobile, had set out in the late afternoon with the shivering squatter as a guide. At the end of the possible road they alighted, and for miles splashed on in silence through the terrible cypress woods where they never came. Ugly roots and malignant hanging nooses of Spanish moss beset them. And now and then a pile of dank stones or fragments of a rotting wall intensified by its hint of morbid habitation, a depression which every malformed tree and every fungus islet combined to create. At length the squatter settlement, a miserable huddle of huts, hove in sight, and hysterical dwellers ran out to cluster around the group of bobbing lanterns. The muffled beat of tom-toms was now faintly audible far, far ahead, and a curdling shriek came at infrequent intervals when the wind shifted. A reddish glare, too, seemed to filter through the pale undergrowth beyond endless avenues of forest night. Reluctant even to be left alone again, each one of the coward squatters refused point-blank to advance another inch towards the scene of unholy worship. So, Inspector Lagrasse and his 19 colleagues plunged on unguided into black arcades of horror that none of them had ever trod before. The region now entered by the police was one of traditional evil repute, substantially unknown and untraversed by white men. There were legends of a hidden lake unglimpsed by mortal sight, in which dwelt a huge, formless white polypus thing with luminous eyes, and squatters whispered that the bat-winged devils flew up the caverns in an inner earth to worship it at midnight. They said it had been there before D'Urberville, before La Selle, before the Indians, and before even the wholesome beasts and birds of the woods. It was nightmare itself, and to see it was to die. But it made men dream, and so they knew enough to keep away. The present voodoo orgy was, indeed, on the merest fringe of this abhorred area, but the location was bad enough. Hence, perhaps the very place of the worship had terrified the squatters more than shocking sound incidents. Only poetry or madness could do justice to the noises heard by Lagrasse's men as they plowed on through the black morass towards the red glare and muffled tom-toms. There are vocal qualities peculiar to men and vocal qualities peculiar to beasts, and it is terrible to hear the one when source should yield the other. Animal fury and orgiastic license here whip themselves to demoniac heights by howls and squawking ecstasies that tore and reverberated through the woods, through those nighted woods like pestilential tempests from the gulfs of hell. Now and then, the less organized ululations would cease, and from what seemed a well-drilled chorus of hoarse voices would rise in sing-song chant that hideous phrase of ritual. Fununglui, munguafna. That's my best interpretation of this. Hey H's, welcome back. I'm reading The Call of Cthulhu. Apparently, second chapter. And that is quite some imagery, to say the least. A bit weird to read it, actually. And greetings, Sancha. Welcome. And welcome everybody else who has joined us recently. Let's see. Then, the men having reached a spot where the trees were thinner, came suddenly in sight of a spectacle itself. 4 of them reeled, 1 fainted, and 2 were shaken into a frantic cry, which the mad cacophony of the orgy fortunately deadened. Legras dashed swamp water on the face of the fainting man, and all stood trembling and nearly hypnotized with horror. In the natural glade of the swamp stood a grassy island of perhaps an acre's extent, clear of trees and tolerably dry. On this now leaped and twisted a more indescribable horde of human abnormality than any but a Sime or an Angrola could paint. Void of clothing, this hybrid spawn were braying, bellowing and writhing about a monstrous ring-shaped bonfire, in the center of which, revealed by occasional rifts in the curtain of the flame, stood a great granite monolith, some 8 feet in height, on top of which, incongruous in its diminutiveness, rested the noxious carved statuette. From a wide circle of 10 scaffolds set up at regular intervals with the flame-girt monolith as a central hung, that head downward. The oddly marred bodies of the helpless squatters who had disappeared. It was inside this circle that the ring of worshippers jumped and roared, the general direction of the mass motion being from left to right in endless bacchanal between the ring of bodies and the ring of fire. It may have been only imagination, and it may have been only echoes which induced one of the men, an excitable Spaniard, to fancy he heard antipophonal responses to the ritual from some far and unilluminated spot deeper within the wood of ancient legendary and horror. This man, Joseph de Galvez, I later met and questioned, and he proved distractingly imaginative. He indeed went so far as to hint of the faint beatings of great wings and of a glimpse of shining eyes and mountainous white bulk beyond the remotest trees, but I suppose he had been hearing too much native superstition. Actually, the horrified pause of the men was of comparatively brief duration. Duty came first, and although there must have been nearly 100 mongrel celebrants in the throng, the police relied on their firearms and plunged determinedly into the nauseous rut. For 5 minutes the result, din and chaos were beyond description. Wild blows were struck, shots were fired, and escapes were made. But in the end, Legras was able to count some 47 sullen prisoners, whom he forced to dress in haste and fall into line between 2 rows of policemen. 5 of the worshippers lay dead, and 2 severely wounded ones were carried away on improvised stretchers by their fellow prisoners. The image on the monolith, of course, was carefully removed and carried back by Legras. Examined at the headquarters of a trip of intense strain and weariness, the prisoners all proved to be men of very low, mixed-blooded and mentally aberrant type. Most were seamen, and a sprinkling of Negros and Muletas, largely West Indians and Brava Portuguese from the Cape Verde Islands, gave a coloring of voodooism to the heterogeneous cult. But before many questions were asked, it became manifest that something far deeper and older than fetishism was involved. Degraded and ignorant as they were, the creatures held with surprising consistency to the central idea to their loathsome faith. They worshipped, so they said, the great old ones who lived ages before there were any men, who came to the young world out of the sky. These old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men, who formed a cult which had never died. This was the cult that the prisoners said it had always existed, and always would exist, hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world, until the time when the great priest Cthulhu, from his dark house in the mighty city of R'lyeh, under the waters should rise, and bring the earth again beneath his sway. Someday he would call, when the stars were ready, and the secret cult would always be waiting to liberate him. Meanwhile, no more must be told. There was a secret which even torture could not extract. Mankind was not absolutely alone among the conscious things of Earth. For shapes came out of the dark to visit the faithful few, but these were not the great old ones. No man had ever seen the old ones. The carven idol was great Cthulhu, but now none might say whether or not others were precisely like him. No one could read the old writing now, but things were told by word of mouth. The chanted ritual was not the secret. That was never spoken aloud, only whispered. The chant meant only this. In this house at Relie, that Cthulhu waits dreaming. Only 2 of the prisoners were found sane enough to be hanged, and the rest were committed to various institutions. All denied a part in the ritual's murders, and averred that the killing had been done by black-winged ones, which had come to them from their immemorial meeting place in the haunted wood. But of those mysterious allies, no coherent account could ever be gained. What the police did extract came mainly from an immensely aged mestizo named Castro, who claimed to have sailed to strange ports and talked with undying leaders of the cult in mountains of China. Old Castro remembered bits of hideous legend that paled the speculation of theosophists and made man and the world seem recent and transient indeed. There had been aeons when other things ruled on the earth, and they had great cities, remains of them. He said the deathless Chinamen had told him were still to be found as the Cyclopean stones on islands in the Pacific. They all died vast epochs of time before men came, but there were artists which could revive them when the stars had come around to gain again to the right positions in the cycle of eternity. They had, indeed, come themselves from the stars and brought their images with them. These great old ones, Castro continued, were not composed altogether of flesh and blood. They had shape, or did not this star-fashioned image prove it? But the shape was not made of matter. When the stars were right, they could plunge from the world to the world through the sky. But when the stars were wrong, they could not live. But although they no longer lived, they would never really die. They all lay in stone houses in their great city of Relie, preserved by the spells of mighty Cthulhu, for the glorious resurrection when the stars and the earth might once more be ready for them. But at the time, for some force from outside must serve to liberate their bodies. The spells that preserved them intact likewise prevented them from making an initial move, and they could only lie awake in the dark and think whilst uncounted millions of years rolled by. They knew all that was occurring in the universe, for their mode of speech was transmitted thought. Even now they talked in their tombs, when, after infinities of chaos, the first men came. The great old ones spoke to the sensitive among them by molding their dreams, for only thus could their language reach the fleshy minds of mammals. Then, whispered Castro, those first men formed a cult around the small idols which the great ones strode them. Idols brought in dim eras from dark stars. That cult would never die till the stars came right again, and the secret priests would take great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule of Earth. The time would be easy to know, for then mankind would have become as great old ones, free and wild and beyond good and evil, with laws and morals thrown aside, and all men shouting and killing and reveling in joy. Then the liberated old ones would teach them new ways to shout and kill and revel and enjoy themselves. And all of the earth would flame with a holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. Meanwhile, the cult by appropriate rites must be kept alive, the memory of those ancient ways and shadow forth of prophecy of their return. In the elder time, chosen men had talked with the entombed old ones in dreams, but then something had happened. The great stone of City R'lyeh, with its monoliths and sepulchres, had sunk beneath the waves, and the deep waters, full of the one primal mystery through which not even thought can pass, had cut off the spectral intercourse. But memory never died, and High Priest said that the city would rise again when the stars were right. Then came out of the earth and black spirits of earth, moldy and shadow, and full of dim rumors picked up in caverns beneath forgotten sea bottoms. But of them old Castor dared not speak much. He cut himself off hurriedly, and no amount of persuasion or subtlety could elicit more in this direction. The size of the old ones, too, he curiously declined to mention. Of the court, he said, that he thought the center lay amidst the pathless desert of Arabia, where Irem, the city of pillars, dreams hidden and untouched. It was not allied to the Europe witch cult, and was virtually unknown beyond its members. No book had ever really hinted of it, though the deathless Chinamen said that there were double meanings in the Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazret, which the initiated might read as they chose, especially the much-discussed couplet. That is not dead, which cannot eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Wow, that actually goes on for a fair bit longer here. Legras, deeply impressed, and not a little bit wilder, had inquired in vain concerning the historic affiliations of the cult. Castro, apparently, had told the truth when he said that it was wholly secret. The authorities at Tulane University could shed no light upon either cult or image, and now the detective had come to the highest authorities in the country and met with no more than the Greenland tale of Professor Webb. The feverish interest aroused by the meeting by Legras's tale, corroborated as it was by the statuette, is echoed in the subsequent correspondence of those who attended, although scant mention occurs in the formal publication of the society. Caution is the first care of those accustomed to the face. Occasional charlatanry and imposture. Legras for some time lent the image to Professor Webb, but at the latter's death it was returned to him and remains in his possession, where I viewed it not long ago. It is truly a terrible thing, and unmistakably akin to the dream sculpture of young Wilcox. That my uncle was excited by the tale of the sculpture I did not wonder, for what thoughts must arise upon hearing, after a knowledge of what Legras had learned of the cult, of a sensitive young man who had dreamed not only of the figure and exact hieroglyphics of the swamp-formed image and the Greenland Devil tablet, but had come in his dreams upon at least three of the precise words of the formula uttered alike by Eskimo diabolists and mongrel Louisianans. Professor Angel's instant start on the investigation of the utmost thoroughness was eminently natural, though privately I suspected young Wilcox of having heard of the cult in some indirect way, and of having invented a series of dreams to heighten and continue the mystery of my uncle's expense. The dream narratives and cuttings collected by the professor were, of course, strong corroboration. But the rationalism of my mind and the extravagance of the whole subject led me to adopt what I thought the most sensible conclusions. So, after thoroughly studying the manuscript again and correlating the theosophical and anthropological notes with the cult narratives of Legras, I made a trip to Providence to see the sculpture and give him the rebuke I thought proper for so boldly imposing upon learned and aged man. And greetings to you, Mega Bro. You're sick? Aw, sorry to hear that, but thank you. I hope you get better soon. Wilcox still lived alone in the Fleur-de-Lis building in Thomas Street, a hideous Victorian imitation of the 17th century Breton architecture which flaunts its statuette front amidst the lovely colonial houses on the ancient hill, and under the airy shadow of the finest Georgian steeple in America. I found him at work in his rooms, and at once conceded from the specimens gathered about his genius is indeed profound and authentic. I will, I believe, be heard from some time as one of the great decadents, for as he has crystallized in clay, and will one day mirror in marble those nightmares and fantasies which Arthur Machen evokes in prose, and Clark Ashton Smith makes visible in verse and painting. So, let me actually real quick. Most intense fighting ever. You can even read a story while doing it, indeed. 524 HP left. Hey, we are almost done, guys. So that's about 16 more minutes. I will complete this chapter. There is one more chapter left, but I don't think I'm going to go all the way through this one. Alrighty. Dark, frail, and somewhat unkempt in aspect, he turned languidly at my knock and asked me my business without rising. When I told him who I was, he displayed some interest, for my uncle had excited his curiosity in probing his strange dreams, yet had never explained the reason for the study. I did not enlarge his knowledge in this regard, but sought with my subtlety to draw him out. In a short time, I became convinced of his absolute sincerity, for he spoke of the dreams in a manner none could mistake, and they and their subconscious residuum had influenced his art profoundly, and he showed me a morbid statue whose contours almost made me shake with the potency of its black suggestion. He would not recall having seen the original of this thing except his own dream bas-relief, but the outlines had formed themselves insensibly under his hands. It was, no doubt, the giant shape of he had revered in delirium. That he really knew nothing of the hidden cult, save from what the uncle's relentless catechism had let fall, he soon made clear, and again I strove to think of some way in which he could possibly have received the weird impressions. He talked of his dreams in a strangely poetic fashion, making me see with terrible vividness the damp cyclopean city of slimy green stones, whose geometry, had oddly said, was all wrong, and hear with frightened expectancy the ceaseless, half-mental calling from underground, Cthulhu Thunk, Cthulhu Thunk. These words had formed part of the dread ritual which told the dead Cthulhu's dream vigil in his stone, called Adrelia, and I felt deeply moved despite my irrational beliefs. Wilcox, I was sure, had heard of the cult in some casual way, and had soon forgotten it amidst the mass of his equally weird reading and imagining. Later, by virtue of its sheer impressiveness, it had found subconscious expression in his dreams, in the bas-relief and in terrible statue it now beheld, so that his imposture upon my uncle had been a very innocent one. The youth was of a type of one slightly affected and slightly ill-mannered, which I could never like, but I was willing enough to admit both his genius and his honesty. I took leave of him amicably and wished him all the success his talent promises. The matter of the cult still remained to fascinate me, and at times I had visions of personal fame from research into his origin and connections. I visited New Orleans, talked with Legras and others of the old-time raiding party, saw the frightful image, and even questioned such a mongrel prisoners as still survived. Old Castro, unfortunately, had been dead for some years. What I now heard so graphically at first hand, though it was really no more than a detailed confirmation of what my uncle had written, excited me afresh. For I felt sure that I was on the track of a very real, very secret and very ancient religion whose discovery would make me an anthropologist of note. My attitude was still one of absolute materialism, as I wish I still were. Oh, let me try this again. My attitude was still one of absolute materialism, as I wish I still were, and I scouted with most inexplicably perversity the coincidence of the dreams, notes and odd cuttings collected by Professor Angel. One thing which I began to suspect, which I now fear I know, is that my uncle's death was far from natural. He fell on a narrow hill street leading up from an ancient waterfront swarming with foreign mongrels, after a careless push from a Negro sailor. I did not forget the mixed blood and the marine pursuits of the cult members of Louisiana, and would not be surprised to learn of secret methods and poison needles as ruthless and as anciently known as the cryptic rites and beliefs. Legras and his men, it is true, have been let alone, but in Norway a certain seaman who saw things is dead. Might not the deeper inquiries of my uncle after encountering the sculpture's data have come to a sinister ears? I think Professor Angel died because he knew too much, or because he was likely to learn too much. Whether I shall go as he did remains to be seen, for I have learned much now. And yes, I are late. I'm reading currently the Call of Cthulhu. That was chapter number 2, and remaining is chapter number 3. That will be the last one. Maybe some other time. Because Gilgamesh is about to die. Hopefully anyways. So what did I miss in chat? Did I see anything? So close to victory. But take care, glow stick of destiny. So yeah, for anyone who has joined us and has no clue what is going on, this is a solo character, single class, which happens to be the White Mage class challenge. Which means I need to defeat all the bosses as, well, pretty much possible with a single solo White Mage. And this Gilgamesh here proved to be pretty difficult. Let me explain how this entire encounter proved to work out. Gilgamesh has an ability called Death Claw, which, if it hits, it will reduce your HP below 10 and also paralyze you, which is almost a guaranteed kill if that hits you. So what I needed to do is I equipped as much magic resistance as possible and ran Gilgamesh's 888 MP out of, well, I ran him out of MP, so he had no more MP, so he could no longer use his move. Then I brought him below 6000 health, when he summons his friend called Enkidu. Enkidu is a guy who knows White Wind. White Wind heals him for heals both party members of them, as in Gilgamesh and Enkidu, for as much as HP as Enkidu has, which he has 4000. Unfortunately, the White Mage has little to no chance to punch through 4000 HP straight up. Which means that, well, what we needed to do is also run Enkidu out of magic. So there was a chance for me at the very beginning, when I was still kind of strong-ish, to kill Enkidu just straight up without him being able to land anything. But as time dragged on and I didn't manage to kill him because he kept healing, he also hit me at some point with a move called Sonic Wave, I believe, which halves my current level. I was at the beginning of this fight level 64. Your level determines how much damage you deal with physical attacks, and also how much resistance you have against spells. So, the reason why I needed to run Gilgamesh out of MP first is because if Enkidu would have hit me with his spell earlier, Gilgamesh would have been able to, well, land his Deathclaw ability much easier if he still had MP, but he didn't have MP, so we were kind of in the clear from there. However, because we were getting gradually lower and lower level, because Sonic Wave had a higher and higher chance to hit, plus I was slowed because of Enkidu's slow ability, which is why I'm moving so far slow in comparison to Gilgamesh. It ended up that we, well, needed to whittle those guys down with, well, those puny attacks. Currently, Ferris is considered to be level 1, even though her HP is, well, much higher level. We are level 64 on this character, and, well, That just takes a while to kill those guys. In fact, we have been on this fight since roughly 5 hours now on this attempt specifically. Before, in previous attempts, I happened to die. So, there we go. Also, the current weapon I have is the most powerful weapon I can get, which is what I get in literally the second dungeon before the second boss. I guess it's technically before the third boss, but I don't count the first one. Because he's not noticeable. So yeah, this is what we are doing here. We ran him out of magic, we got to really low level and super slow, and now we're plinking away on his health. But he should be dead soon. Hey Drumbordis, how are you doing so? How are you doing so? Sure. 50 HP! Screenshot! So, 3 or 4 more attacks and he should be dead. A white mage will get a holy spell, but not until way later into the game, Irelite. You're correct, but right now we don't have one, so our only offensive method is to blink away with our little flail weapon. I'm from the Burnish Canton, Dalexek. Good evening, sir. Greetings to ET, sure, thank you. Also greetings to anybody who joined us while I was reading instead of reading chat. One more attack and Gilgamesh will be history. Six HP. And goodbye, Gilgamesh. Enkidu! I'll leave the rest to you! Enkidu. He left about 1 or 2 hours ago, buddy. Hey, don't leave me! Victory. I didn't even get a gold shield for it. Ah, I'll drag you down with me to the sea. No, that's rude, don't do that. Oh well, if you'd like to know the story of this game, I do a narrated playthrough pretty much every year in the 4-Shop Fiesta, so we finally managed to beat him. Didn't even get a nice victory fanfare for this one. But hey, that took a while. This was by far the longest battle that we will be battling in the game, but this does not mean that it's over. Oh boy. Come over here, I want to go out and save. Wait, can I not go back from here? Wait, what? He died? Yep, he died eventually. 5 hours and 15 minutes, which is actually an hour and 50 minutes faster than what... we can go back. Which is an hour and 15 minutes faster than what T-Hawk managed to do, apparently. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me save real quick here and get some more water, because that was a pretty lengthy endeavor. Give me a second. Atmos won't be the longest battle. Atmos actually runs out of his MP relatively quickly because he costs so much. But it will just kind of, well, take a while to survive that stuff. Oh. You're not wrong, Mirai. Alrighty, let's see. How's my elixir count? I think it's 94. Let me check real quick. We have 94 elixirs, exactly. I could stock up on some more, or could try anyways. But before that, I'm going to use a cabin. Because I'm too lazy to use many tents. 5 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you, Kaitos. Well then. Next up would be the tower. Does someone know whether there are elixirs to be found inside the tower? Yep, it is 1428 comets indeed. That will take a while. Actually, let me check something real quick. How much does comet cost in terms of MP? That would be lovely to know. Since you could technically reduce Atmos MP by 1. If that makes a difference, that would be interesting. Rest well, Blood. Thank you very much for dropping by. Comet costs 7, so that likely doesn't it divisible by... Yeah, no, never mind. Oh, alrighty. Where are the cure beasts? No elixirs in Barrier Tower, that's good to know. I think I want to fight some cure beasts to gain 1 or 2 more elixirs and then just go. And you won, well, bonus. Bonus indeed. Is it possible to overflow Atmos MP? Even if it were, I would need to heal his MP up by... No, actually it's not possible in the first place. To answer your question. A dragon sword. That's fancy. Oh, there are the cure beasts. I found them. So taking out cure beasts probably will take quite some time. Yeah, it would be really amazing if you could overflow. But you cannot. If you heal a boss's MP, if it's over 10,000, it gets set to 9,999, if anything. So, unfortunately not possible. So how do we defeat Cure Beasts anyways? They have 1000 HP, so that would mean at least 4 hits if we get lucky. Usually more like 5. And I've seen that they try to heal every other turn. I believe you can probably charm them. Can I size them? I can. Does anyone know how much MP Cure Beasts have? See, I did not mean to do that. They cure 2 a party every other turn, which costs 9 MP. How much MP do they have total? 100 MP each? Alright, that's actually not too bad. We can live with that and just try to blink them away. There's probably not much of a point in me trying to kill them before that happens, but I can actually just size them, which means they will deal 0 damage to me, which is nice. I do not want to say it's the guy that I'm going to kill, because I'm pretty sure that increases their evasion. They can be muted, yes, but mute will not last for a particularly long time in this game. Or does it? I think mute maybe lasts 1 or 2 turns. There's no way I can use all of them. So they get healed for about 300 each turn, or more specifically every other turn. So in theory I could already start dealing damage to them. Galuf probably needs another Dancing Dagger. I mean, Dancing Dagger is the only weapon which has a chance to one-shot Galuf himself, that's what I'd use. Touching from the health, I guess Galuf is level 2. No, actually Galuf is level 37. Can you not mass mute? No, mute is a single. Actually, I don't actually know that. I think it's a single target spell. Oh! Oh, I did not know that! I did not know that! I had no idea you could multi-target mute. Oh, this smokes. That is actually interesting. Can I multi-target size too? Let's see, they seem to be muted for 2 turns already. Hey Endless Sandra, welcome back. You expected me to fight Gilgamesh still? Well, we literally just about 10 minutes ago or 5 minutes ago or something like that just defeated him. I'm fighting bunnies now, because I want to have 1 or 2 more elixirs before I actually go on. Does it still use up their MP when they are muted? I don't think they do. Do you know whether they have any inherent evasion? Also, before I do this. You can size all of them at the same time. Can you charm all of them at the same time? No. As a matter of fact, you cannot. That's so weird. You figure it lasts long enough. Well, I mean, it lasts about a few turns, I guess. Not usually enough to be useful. On the outside of specific instances. Why is this battle important? They can drop elixirs, and I want to stock up on elixirs before we go on. Kirby's aren't hard, just time consuming. They are indeed. Not enough MP, not enough MP. So yeah, it's probably just straight up easier to run them out of MP first and then just blink away at them. How long until you get the reflect spell? I believe that is literally after the next boss fight. Well, I can again, let's try this again. I can get a wall ring in the next enemy area from Wall Knights, which killing those guys will probably take a while. Getting a drop from them might take a while too. How does Mini not give them massively lower defense? I assume because they already have 0 defense. That's just how little damage I do in the first place. And yes, it does give lower defense in Mini. But I seem to deal way less damage. Is that just me? Does Mini give them anything else? Or is that just variance? Mini does increase their evade. Yes, does that mean I deal less damage? Really? The one guy I care about actually being not Mini anymore. Yeah, I deal way more damage here. That's weird. Well, take care, Profness. Have a good trip. Well, I mean, this could take a short while here. Oh boy, we might even have enough time to read the rest, actually, now that I think about it. I think monsters with less than 3 defense gain defense. Interesting. Mini gives 3 attack and 0 defense. But they take significantly less damage compared to what it was before. Is that included in the evasion? Or maybe mace weapons or rods just don't hit the miniature enemies particularly well, or how does that work? Rump. I mean, doubling their evade, I kind of assume it just doubles the chance that I have from them evading my attack entirely and me missing. Or maybe that's not quite the case. So if you get 4 elixirs here, that would be perfect. However, 4 elixirs is a Only 16 times 4 chance, as in... That is 16 times 16, 256 times 276, which is the 1 in 65,535. Well, 36. Actually. So, kind of unlikely. Just a little. Well then. Yeah, I'm into the power of 4. Well, we didn't get a single one. It's not speedy math, it's just kind of knowing what the thing is to when you calculate them together. Actually, I did that wrong, didn't I? What is that? Land turtle. Did I do that wrong? No, that's 250 times 256 is... Yeah, it's exactly that. No, it's just kind of... You know those numbers when you work with them once in a while. If I wanted to figure out the chance of at least one of them dropping me an elixir, then I would do the opposite. It's a 15 in 16 chance to not drop me anything, and I basically calculate 15 times 15 times 15 times 15 divided by 16 times divided 16 divided 16 divided 16, which is essentially a 77.24 chance to not drop an elixir, which kind of equals to in a little bit over 22% chance to give me an elixir. Looking at the formula for flail damage is just super variable. No, it's really not the thing. I can demonstrate it to you again. I just deal less damage. A lot less damage with the flail. There's something more there. And thank you for the information. I made the best spot for Kirby's. Good to know. Hey Raijin, good evening. How are you doing? Land turtles. So healing myself real quick. I wonder whether it's more efficient to heal myself with Cure or Cure 2. Yeah, I just thought of that as well, Kwashiasya. Not bad, just getting a little time before going bowling. Nice. Good luck with your bowling. Into 56 Land Turtle 1, 9256 Land Turtle 2, Cure Beast 1, 7 and now 26 out 256 and Cure Beast 4. Oh, it's the rest I guess. So I'm just going to attack the first guy repeatedly, and I'm reasonably certain if he is minute, I deal way less damage. Or they, or maybe. If I hit, that is. 48. It has not been over 50 yet, I don't think. Oh, 132. Well then, it might just be that variable. Let's see a number over 200 something. Just to see whether that's actually just purely confirmation bias or whatever it might be. Which it might be. I'm not free from those kinds of things, even though I'm very well aware of it. $144 looks decent. Nothing over 200 yet. Once I land at least a 200 number, I'm going to be convinced. Alright, sorry. I was checking some stuff. And I'm actually also kind of curious as to why my Discord was freaking out so much. Apparently there were some new channels created on some Discord I joined. Looks like M is equals 6 right now. Would that coincide with them having 3 defense? I know M is basically the multiplier. Something is causing a halving. Well, when I'm hitting those guys with a rod or mace, they only take half damage apparently. Try moving in the front row? That would be very odd, but let's try. Does mini half damage? No, not usually. Mini actually reduces your defense to basically nothing. Yeah, maybe there's some weird interaction with mini going on. 144. Initially it was promising, but that is once again divisible by 6, isn't it? Instead of... what do you say? 8? Not 12. I guess all those numbers are divisible by 12, but... speaking of which, why do I still have the answering equipped? I should equip the strength ring to actually acquire another multiplier. But it should be that soon, right? So I shouldn't try to transform it right now. If I hit it, that is. Alrighty, I think I'm going to transform him back. This is actually rather irritating. No, wrong guy. Don't heal yourself, that's silly. Because heal removes the mini status guaranteed, but many them again can actually miss. What is the final time for the Gilgamesh fight? Apparently 5 hours and 15 minutes. Ninja Penguin. Wait. Ninja Penguin. Penguin? Eventually we'll defeat them. I was noting there was something wrong with the penguin. I guess it's a penugin. Penugin or penugin, by the way? Like a genie or... glow stick. Call him Ninja Penguin with a typo. Oh, I'm not sure, maybe that was the intentional, considering that I'm the first one to get it right apparently without him saying it. Like glow stick. Oh, Ninja Penguin, then thank you. Whatever you do, don't sell the pickaxe. Yeah, that will haunt me for a while, won't it? Good evening, Instances, welcome. Don't worry, there are no pickaxes in this game. There are some pickaxes in Barony, but you use them up and then throw them away once they are no more use. So that can happen. It was a typo for one of my usernames out there, but then I just ran with it and kept the typo. Hey, I know that story. Same here. I mean, it's not a typo in the same sense, I just didn't know how to write the name originally properly. And now that's kind of sticking with me. Fight start 53, 42, 20. NQ to death was 56. That is 2 hours 20 minutes. Actually, it was less than 2 hours 20 minutes. And Genkido is dead, and Gilgamesh was dead after about another 2 hours and 35 minutes. So Gilgamesh alone, whittling down his AP, was 2.5 hours. Wow. Thank you. I mean, let's put it this way. I was mostly worried to not get underestimated. I appreciate a good blunder during a marathon. Even though I don't necessarily want to do them myself if I can avoid it. I was mostly worried that I kind of wanted to make up time, and I would also like to actually see the credits for that game, since that's part of the story. So that didn't quite happen because of it. I was actually on really good pace until I made that pretty huge blunder where I forgot to get the documents from Alvanista. Lil doesn't ignore enemy roll? It does not? Oh, it does. Let's test it. Oh, you were talking to me maybe? I don't know. Either way, my name originally was Gilgamesh from Magic the Gathering. Are you sure that it's halved in the enemy back row? I guess I'm not sure they are back row right now. They could be in front row too, since there is not really much in front of it. Because if there are no more front enemies, it is basically... it's not the back enemy there. You're playing a game with ephemeral names, only valid for the single round lately. Yogamaf. That's apparently according to Jazz, my evil twin brother. And yes, it does that level. It is originally from Yagma. It's cool to play, but it's hard to remember all the cards. Yeah, I never played a whole lot. I did get introduced to it a little bit. But it's, the thing is, I never really had cards myself, but my friend from school actually had a whole lot of them, including some of the Yawgmoth card, which is where I kind of sort of remember that it was a pretty seasoned name when I needed to name my 10th character on Ragnarok Online. Oh, come on. One more fight, regardless of whether I get the thing or not, I'm going to move on. Once I equip the power ring. And I'm actually going to equip the Striker helmet, because this should give me a little bit more speed. In fact, because I have less weight. So let's do this. Expensive, yeah. Minimum roll for full M is 96, so anything under 96 gets halved. Maximum roll is 140. I think over 140 is getting. Oh, and so this should be one of the back row Kirby's, right? Video games are a lot cheaper, they are, indeed. Video games are a lot cheaper than a lot of hobbies, actually. As long as you don't jump from one game to the other too quick. Or just accumulate a huge library without actually playing those. Why are we coding Kirby is important? We want to get elixirs. 156. On the 82, so I think that it does not mean it does not get halved. I mean, most people accumulate some backlog of games. I probably have some of the lesser ones because I just only nowadays buy only games that I know I'm going to play basically more or less right now. In fact, a lot of games where I know I'm probably going to play them sometime, I'm usually only buying once I really want to play them right now. Since otherwise they might just get dropped in my area. Delicious spaghetti. Good morning. Good morning, how are you doing? Welcome to the world of the living. We've successfully managed to completely beat the Gilgamesh battle in 1 hour and 50 minutes faster than what T-Hawk wrote. So instead of 6.5 hours, it only took us 5 hours and 15 minutes. That is, once we actually got the successful attempt, which took about an hour or so. You think you see it? Mini and Draw both affect M, but... Good afternoon, Ruff. You're late to the party again. Well, welcome to the party. How are you doing, sir? Flell ignores no, then Mini is checked, factoring in Draw. But... Does Mini still have damage if it... Yes, it does actually, I have no name. That is what we tested just before. Kaitos asked me to move into the front row. There's too lot of magic, I think. Probably. Something is very weird here, because more or less no matter what, the damage gets halved. But I'm front rower not. Maybe I should keep count. They can use 11 cure twos, and then they are out of magic. I think that's probably not 11 yet. Is there a separate consideration as to whether I have a bit of an odd idea. Let me test something. Ten 38. So, what is my multiplier? I think it's a 10 or it's probably 10. No, it's not 10. That's impossible. 6. Not 3. Two 26. Two. No, the thing is, it gets actually sort of flare, so it doesn't get hard. Which irritates you sometimes. Why is that? 6 to 38 per first full damage. I think you're catching on what I'm trying. 3 on the 12, that's pretty decent actually. That's probably max damage roll. Hey Felly, good evening. How are you doing, sir? Maybe the game is misreading Mini as armor status by seeing the bits. Yes, I did equip the power ring, Titus. That's what I did just before. Because there's no reason not to. It's just like into the category thing, and because I want to see what it's about and fun to stream. It's live streaming in these crane games. That's kind of odd. 13 times 24 for all highest roll. Yeah, that makes sense. Good. Nice, glad to hear that. That sounds awesome. Obviously limit break is going to be amazing. Alrighty. 14. 14. But they do take significantly less damage. $19.13. I have no idea what to make of those numbers. Oh, rest well, Longier. You're not going to miss anything. I'm going to go into the tower and probably bash 1 or 2 wall knights on my way up there and then save once I reach the next save point. So rest well, sir, and thank you for dropping by. You shouldn't be able to do auto damage with this unless they're getting a half modifier. Right. What if Ferris isn't in armor status? I don't have a dispel spell. That's an interesting question, I guess. That would be really weird, but hey, who knows? Final Fantasy games are known to have weird mechanics. Oh. See if it stacks or has even more armor. I'm going to do that on the last one. Good evening, Aldrai. How are you doing? Grinding in the world of tanks is trying your patience, otherwise you're fine. Hey, that sounds nice. I'm doing quite well, thank you. I've seen that number before, haven't I? 66? I'm not sure about this one. Well, I wish you good luck with your grinding, alright? $22. Actually, those numbers would not be the same. 78. Divisible by 6, isn't it? Want to cure it from the mini status. These numbers are consistent with the no armor version. So for some reason the game interprets mini as having armor as well. Yep. The game might be putting armor status on them with mini. Yeah, at least it's not something separate. It's kind of like armor status. You just need a Zonyaga stream. Oh, welcome. It's not going to be too much longer of a stream though. Yeah, I've been going for quite a while now. And a lot of that was just kind of holding the A button, waiting until Gilgamesh was defeated too. still think it should be tested with unarmored Ferris. I can do that. I'm not going to kill more of them, but I can quickly get into battle and hit them like that without armor. Still no armor. Armor? You get what I mean. The thingy. Armor on yourself doesn't affect the damage. Well, it shouldn't. Right? That's the idea. So, in theory... on the daily too. I think you're right, I have no name. This does indeed seem to suggest it checks for armor on Ferris, doesn't it? Mini also removes the enemy names from the bottom of the left box. That is true, I actually did not consider that. Yep. Well, it looks like you were correct there. That's really weird. Got to the mountain, indeed. That is such a weird block. I've never heard of that before. But hey, we figured it out. So that's pretty awesome. But this should only deal half damage now. Yep. Alrighty. That's really interesting. Science. Science in video games. But yeah, actually, that's a really good point, Mirai. It does remove the enemy names from the box at the bottom left, which kind of might suggest that the game doesn't know where to get the information from, and accidentally uses the information from the attacker, as in Ferris, because that was the only, well, target left before. Delicious spaghetti code. Yep, indeed. Where am I? Also, why do I have a map of this area? That doesn't make any sense. Because I should have a map, but... I picked up a map in the other world, World 1. Why does it also display World 2? Isn't that kind of strange? Have you ever questioned that? Wrong way! Yeah, I do that. No elixirs, unfortunately, but in theory we shouldn't need them, right? Well, it kind of depends, actually. We have less HP than T-Hawk has. Take the other side of the chest. Alright. Jump in. Alright, let's go. See, it is always confusing when the exit doesn't exactly match up with the exit where, well, the entrance where you go into the next screen. I have seen that in various areas. Boom. Hey Adam Automatic, how are you doing? Good evening, sir. Where are we here? Well, that's probably the regular entrance of the area, which you can never use. Hey, there's a save point. Okay, I'm going to go and slay one wall knight. A single one, and then that will be probably it for today. Oh, hey, there's a single wall knight. That's exactly what I was looking for. So we armor up ourselves. And then we start plinking away on his half, I dare to say. He has actually, by the way, he might be susceptible to various status effects, but because he has armor as wall as a permanent status, all my spells would get bounced back, and I don't have any way to affect him with the spells directly. So we just hit him. You're doing well, glad to hear that. I'm doing quite excellent, thank you. By the way, this is the only encounter which I will fight against wall knights to farm the wall ring. Because the others all include other enemies, and just clinking away more enemies just doesn't make it any better. Some of them I could technically confuse, but they are not particularly much help, considering how unreliable it would be. I'm about to end the stream. Yes, I'm getting very close to the end here. We won the battle against Gilgamesh on the boat, and next stream we are going to get the wall ring and then we tackle Atmos. Actually, I'm not sure about next stream, but next time we will go on our journey through the world with the White Mage Quest Solo Challenge. White Mage Quest Solo Challenge. White Mage Solo Challenge Quest. Something like that. At least the damage numbers are pretty decent here, so that's not too bad. So farming a wall ring probably will not take too long. If you're lucky we'll get it right here, but that's kind of unlikely. I don't expect it. Actually, I have no idea how much HP those guys have. I cannot even check because, well, wall status. There you go. Really? I mean, I'm not complaining, but that's rather odd. For anyone who just missed it, we just got a wall ring of the very first encounter there. Well then, lucky indeed. Very lucky indeed. Alrighty. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, that was it from me for today. So, I would say thank you very much for watching, thank you very much for lurking, for hanging around, I really appreciate that. And I wish you all a pleasant evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it might be for you, and take care. Hopefully, until next time. And also,